Sorry, educated. Didn't mean to scare you. We'll be going live in about a minute 30. Thanks for hanging out. And welcome in, everybody. I'm really excited about today's project. Good to see you. Hi, Happy Pixel. No worries, educated. Good to see you again. All right, 1 minute warning for anybody hanging out on another tab. Ray Anthony, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Hey, Karoom. Welcome to the stream. Hey, Drunk Uncle Grandma. Copper Lily, hi. Good to see you. I hope everybody's having a great weekend. All righty, let's get into it, shall we? Hello, hello, everyone. Oh, Educated Savage, thank you so much for this sub. Wow, I'm sorry you didn't get an alert because I don't have them set up on my starting page yet. But yes, for both you and Ray Anthony, thank you once again so much for the subs. And also, I would like to thank Hollahard. They subscribed with Prime 2 days ago, so they don't think you can escape me if you sub while I'm offline. I'm going to see you anyway. So thank you, Hollahard, as well. Happy Pixel says, I've been watching some of your videos. Good stuff. Now I know 1% of JS. Hey, that's more than you knew before, right? A little bit at a time. Boo says that the time is the only problem. That's why I don't watch online, but I watch them later. Hey, that's perfectly fine. I do have a YouTube channel. So my stuff is on Twitch for 60 days, and I have a YouTube channel where all of my archive videos go. I have a lot of folks that watch them asynchronously. Um, and yeah, so feel free to check out the YouTube channel. Do exclamation YouTube in chat if you want a link to my YouTube channel and my archive where all this stuff ends up eventually. And the best part about my YouTube channel as well is it's ad free. I do not monetize my YouTube. YouTube gave me the option, and I was like, hell no. So yeah, it's ad free to make your viewing experience slightly better. No space between the exclamation point and YouTube there. I'll get it for you, Karoom. No worries. There you go. Here's a link for you. It's all good. Copper Lily, thank you so much for the sub. Now none of my sub alerts are working. What is going on? So annoying. But at least Moobot tells me when people sub. I appreciate you. Moobot is my only hope at this point. I'm not even getting sub alerts like in my Twitch feed, which is so weird. I have to look at Moobot to tell me. I am having a good day, Pixel. Thank you so much. Yukumo says, wondering how far the new React videos go on YouTube. Not sure what you mean, how far. So we went through the whole documentation at one point. It goes all the way through the official React.js documentation. We go from start to finish on that. Well, start to like the really advanced topics. So we go through all of the beginner to intermediate topics in the documentation. Save us, Moobot, you're my only hope. At this point, yeah, I've worked so hard on trying to get my alerts to work properly, and no dice. So I think follow alerts still work, but sub alerts just don't. Might have to hire a Twitch expert to come and figure out what I'm doing wrong. All right. So what are we doing today? Oh, you meant the hook-based React? Yes, sorry. Yes, so you may not have known, Yakuma. I have two sets of tutorials on my YouTube channel. One for the older class-based React, and one for the newer hook-based React. And the hook-based React tutorials do go all the way through the documentation as well. We go all the way from start to finish on those. So yeah, two sets of tutorials for React. Yeah, ton of material, absolutely. All right, so what are we doing today? Well, today we are building a chat app. And what's unique about this is that we are going to be using a new type of tool called socket.io. And socket.io is a WebSocket implementation. And what that allows us to do is to implement real time messaging. So, a lot of the apps that we've built previously and using various tools are basically they only trigger an update within itself, right? So maybe you I don't know, you fill in a form and then it writes to the database and then you get a message back to the client and it displays in the client. Okay, fine. But what if you have a bunch of users in a chat room who are all trying to talk to each other? So somebody sends a message in a chat room, say Discord or something like that, right? You're in a channel, somebody sends a message, and you immediately want that message to be not only retrieved and stored in the database, but also broadcast out to all other users in that room, whether they're paying attention or not, right? Like you can be on a different tab in your instance of Discord and you'll still have messages coming in and it's going to give you a little ping and go boop when you get a new message. And so that's what the WebSockets are for, is basically this sort of broadcast of changes and events to a certain group of clients. And so that's what we're going to build today, is essentially a real-time chat app. And so it's going to have several features and I'm just going to get it fired up here so I can show you. So give me one moment. I've got it running in another window. I'm starting it up in another window right now. All right, here we go. I was logged in previously. I'm going to log out and I will zoom in so you can see this a little better. All right. So what we have here is we have just a login and sign up page. This is visually going to be very simple. We're going to be focusing mostly on the logic and tools that make this work. Okay. Hey, Flask, good to see you. Welcome to the stream. All right. So I'm going to log in as an existing user. So I have a user set up called Wolf1. And when I log in, Chrome is always going to tell me to change my password because it's very simple. This is just a demo account. So that's always going to pop up there. But now we can see I have a selection of chat rooms to choose from, right? So I'm going to choose coding. And when I do that, I get a list of messages displayed, and then I have a input box down here in the corner. And this is nothing new. This looks like a bunch of, every to-do list app that we've ever built, right? But let me show you a little bit of where the magic happens here. And yeah, and I can send a message, right? Test message. And when I do, we can see that it shows up down here. Old hat, we've done this before. But let me show you this. Now, I'm going to open another window pretending I'm a different person. So I've opened up an incognito window here. And I'm going to go to localhost 3000. And I'm going to log in as a different user. So I'm going to pretend to be Wolf2. All right, I'm logged in now here. And now I'm going to go into the coding channel. And let me arrange my windows here a little bit. We can see them both. All right, now I'm in the coding channel and I can see, the message from Wolf1 here. And now I'm just going to say something like, hello. And now look, as soon as I did that, it popped that message into the other window. So Wolf1 now here, this completely other user in a completely different instance of the client is now getting the messages. So now I'm going to go back to Wolf1. I'm going to say, hi there. And Wolf2 has now received that message. And so if we had 100 people in this room, they would all be getting that message broadcast to their version of the client. And that's what web, and that's, you're correct. These are web sockets. That's what this is for. This is, so web sockets are built for this kind of thing, of this kind of multimedia broadcast of messages and data to large amounts of users simultaneously. And um, that's what kind of makes this unique, right? Compared to the other things that we've built before. And of course, we're using React here. So the nice thing about React is that even though we have all this activity happening, we really only have to update one part of one part of the screen, which is the message history here. So we're minimizing the amount of effort that it takes to update the client by using React, and we're using WebSockets to route this traffic up to our server, save it in the database, and then broadcast it whenever a new message is received. And so as we'll see, literally what's happening behind the scenes here is that anytime a new message is received by the server, our server is listening for new messages. Anytime a new message is received by the server, we literally have like a radio station set up that just says broadcast this message out to everyone who's in this particular room. So remember, we are in a specific room here. We're in the coding room. So we don't want to send this message out to everybody who's using the app, right? We only want to send it out to people who are in this room. And so if I go to the sports room, we'll notice that I don't see any of those messages there, right? Because we can fine tune our broadcast to only the people who are in the place that we want to send the message to, right? It's limited. And so I think that's really cool. Flash says, what if you wanted to send a message to everybody on the server? Could that be done? Yes, absolutely. You'll see when we get into the code that we have a limiter on our broadcast on our radio station that is only sending messages to people by room. And so if you wanted to, you could broadcast to everybody. Rika says, could a typing notification feature be added through WebSockets as well? Yes, you can customize really for any kind of notifications that you want. That's how a lot of these apps, how a lot of these chat apps work is through some kind of WebSocket implementation that just literally broadcasts every single event. We're talking typing, we're talking, who's online, like, that little indicator that shows whether somebody's online, that type of thing. Our implementation here is going to be fairly simple because otherwise it would take forever to build. But WebSockets, there's a ton that you can do with these. And so let's take a real quick look here at what's happening behind the scenes. And I'm going to catch up with chat for 1 second here. Philin says, thanks for making a project with Socket.io. I've been curious about that for a while. Yeah, I was too. That's why I did it. I was like, you know what? I've been curious about how chat apps work for a while, and I just want to build one. Add your Stacker app that's still not finished. Yeah, nice. Yeah, and that's another thing too. Adding simple chat functionality is useful in a lot of different types of apps. Realtime sounds like fun. Yeah, absolutely. WebSockets. Hi, Ryan Tupo. Welcome to the stream. 9 to 5 office worker. Hey, you do you, my friend. I so want chat rooms. Yeah, and it's fun. Yeah, it is really fun. And another thing just to notice here is that, obviously the message is being tagged with the name of the user who sent it, which means that, we're storing not only message data, but also timestamp and user data on our backend. So let's take a quick look here under the hood. And see, what we got going on under the hood here. How does this actually work? And Flask says, did you write it so you could add other features with time, like start with a simple little chat thing, but then add new features? Yeah, I mean, all these projects can always evolve. We'll see today that there's, in my version, there's actually a feature that is empty right now just because I didn't have time to do it. So, there'll be you can always add more bits on. This is so old school. Oh yeah, it's very web 1.0, right? Or yeah, I don't know. All right, so let's take a quick look here. What is happening? How does this work? So let's see. I want to make sure y'all can see this. I'm going to try to position it in a way where it's not behind the chat box. Let me know if you can't see stuff. So what we're doing here is we just did inspect, and I'm gonna zoom in. And I'm gonna go to well, first off, I'm gonna go to the application and local storage tab. So in local storage, if you take a look here, we're storing a couple things. We're storing the value of the person's username, and we're storing a token. And if you're not familiar, tokens are used in authentication. Um, yeah, I know it's not a great system. If I was doing this for real, I'd probably be using something like OAuth. But I just wanted authentication. I didn't really need it to be fancy, and so we're doing it like this. Um, and so we're using just JSON, simple JSON web tokens here. We're storing them locally. And if you were to look at my other user account here, you would find that this one has a different token, obviously. So we're storing username, we're storing token. And so that's what's being used for authentication. And that's also what's being used for even allowing the user to send messages at all. If the user's not logged in, they should be allowed to send messages. So um, it's validated against this token. Flask says, okay, cool. Where did you get that token? Well, that's a package we're going to be using today. It's called JSON Web Tokens. It generates tokens for you. Um, yeah. All right. So the other thing I want to show you is how WebSockets actually work. Oh, Tamara, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. Wow. Baby John. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's Saywan, I'm sure your project is awesome. I'll try to check it out during the break. Flask says I don't do a lot of. Oh, thank you for the follow, Flask. See, my follow alerts work. I don't know why my sub alerts don't work. So annoying. Um, Flask says I don't do a lot of front end stuff, so I like that it looks like most of your work is on the back end and not trying to make a cute front end. So my day job, I'm actually a back end developer. Um, so yeah, that's why I don't do a lot of styling. I'm not that good at it. That's not to say I never do it. If you check out my project from a couple of weeks ago, we did a pretty good stylized static site, but I'm a backend dev. So all right, let's look at network. I want to show you how WebSockets actually work. So let's see. Why don't I have any requests here? This. Let's reload and see. Okay, there we go. Now it's loaded my requests. And what I want to look for is WebSocket. And see if I can make this bigger so you can see it. Now, if you watch, we'll slowly see this WebSocket traffic get populated. And watch what happens when I click to join a room. Watch what happens. And I want to make sure you all can see this, right? Yeah, okay. Actually, I have a little bit more space. I can make this bigger. Great. All right, watch what happens when I say join general. So I've just joined a room and my socket has transmitted a message up to the server saying, hey, this person has joined a room and transmitted the room that has been joined. And when that happens, it gets a response back from the server, also via WebSocket, that loads all the previous messages for that room. So essentially this is a broadcast up, and then the server that's also running a WebSocket is broadcasting down, giving me all the previous messages. And now let's send a message into the room. As soon as I hit enter, immediately it's broadcasted a message up, which is going to do all the things. It saves it to the database, etc. And then when it transmits back down, it's going to give that message content again, except it's also going to attach the user data so it can put it into the message list. So essentially, we have this real-time back and forth communication where the server is not only broadcasting, but it's also listening for messages from our client. Glass says, what happens if you refresh your browser? Like, do you lose all those sockets and then have to rejoin the room? Yeah, so if I refresh, I lose you can see I lose everything. I'm kicked out of the room. So I'd have to rejoin. Simply says, is this socket IO or the core TCP raw buffer WebSocket? I'm using socket IO for this project. mostly because I'm new to WebSockets and I wanted something that had a lot of stuff pre-built into it. I didn't want to have to implement a lot of stuff myself. I just wanted give me a library that can do things for me because I've never used WebSockets before and I wanted some help. Yeah, I'm using Socket.io. I hope that helps. I hope that answers your question. Flash says, do you do JS for work too? No, I'm a SQL developer at work. I do I do database work and I build ETL pipelines for work. So I don't do any of this. I don't do any of this stuff that I'm showing you for work. This is all for fun. Thinbleed said, so the backend is in Node.js or Java? The backend is in Node.js. Yeah. And we're going to build it together here in just a minute. I just wanted to show you all, what kind of traffic is actually happening here. And when no messages are being sent, so what you see here is like I'm just sitting here. There's nothing on the screen. Um, I'm just sitting here. And so what's happening is the server and the client are still talking to each other. They're essentially doing like a ping pong back and forth. Just this 2 3 2 3 2 3 up down is basically just constantly checking to say, hey, are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? And it's just a constant status check from the client to the server. And so that allows for that, kind of that instantaneous back and forth communication. Yeah. All right. So any questions on this before we go ahead and get started? Simply says, I agree, socket.emit, socket.on, and broadcast is so straightforward with socket.io, specifically due to Node.js event loops. Yeah. Because I was reading about how best to do this, and it seemed like, socket.io just has this stuff built in versus having to do things manually, and I ain't going to do that. So, yeah. Flash says, is the ping automatic, just part of socket.io? Yeah, it's just, I didn't have to set this up or anything. It's just the client and the server talking to each other. They establish an initial connection and then they just ping back and forth. Saywan says, I need to get to backend, although I'm mostly familiar with Node, Express, MongoDB. I'm not dealing with Django, Python because it's way too annoying to set up and run the server on Vercel. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know Python or anything. You can still do stuff in the backend without you don't have to know everything about the backend to do stuff with it. So that's the fun part about tech. Simply says there's also one library called WS. You can try that as well. However, it's an actual WS. Yeah. I looked at various libraries, and as far as sock.js or WS or whatever, I just picked socket.io. It's not for any particular reason. It just looked like it had the features that I wanted. And this is the first project I've ever built with WebSockets. So, you know, I'm sure there's lots of stuff I didn't take into consideration. Is also what builds foundations on web security. Yeah, understanding how things go back and forth, from client to server is important, right? Simply says, are you a DBA at your job? No, I'm a senior developer though, not a DBA. I have a lot of respect for our DBAs, but I'm not one. Just a senior business intelligence developer. Thank you for the follow, Freddie Cancino. And Payupal, sorry, I missed your follow. My bad. And also Poisson Toulouse, thank you for the follow. Maybe John, Cloud Flips. Man, I've been missing follows. Akuma1311, Davy Jones. Yes, thank you all so much for the follows. Wasn't paying attention. Oh, and for the hydrate as well. Thank you. Ooh. That alert works. Why does that alert work? I'm so confused. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. Happy to answer questions as they come up. Absolutely. Bug report time. Yeah, it's been a problem on Twitch for a while. Subs not showing up for no apparent reason. So, yeah. All right. I've already got a VS Code window open here. Also, if at any point you want to look at the finished code, if you get stuck, if if you join late, whatever, if you got to leave and come back, it's all good. You can use !project in chat, !project. for the current GitHub repo that we're working on. Also, last little housekeeping thing is if you would like closed captions for my voice, you can hover over the right side of your video window and a little closed caption icon should appear. You can click that and enable closed captions. Um, Class says, have you ever used SQLite? No, I've used Microsoft SQL, MS SQL. Thank you for the follow. Who was that? HX Moyu, thank you for the follow. I've used Microsoft SQL, I've used Oracle SQL, and Postgres. Those are the three main that Phelan says, would it be expensive to host and deploy a project like this because of the constant traffic? No, I don't think so. From what I mean, I'm not an expert at this by any means. Um, there's from what I understand, the traffic is so small and light that this is actually the best way to do this type of application versus other methods, because the traffic is so light. But somebody who's more familiar with WebSockets, uh, feel free to speak to more about the actual like network load of an application, of a chat application like this. All right, so I've created just a folder to put our project in, and the way I'm going to build it here on screen is I'm going to have the the client and the server side, the client and the server in the same parent folder. Now, this is not normally how you would necessarily build an application like this, but for ease of broadcast, for ease of showing you on screen, that's how I'm going to do it today. You can feel free to build it however you want. You can have the client in one folder, one like separate folder, and then the server in another folder, but I'm going to have them two subfolders in a parent. So just FYI. Hey, Phil Snabble, good to see you. All right, so I'm going to open a terminal here. What the heck? I switched my defaults, terminal to git bash, but apparently it didn't take. Hang on, sorry. What was the command for that? I forget. I just did it yesterday. You know what? I bet it's because I'm using a different preference for streaming than I do for personal coding. So one moment. I need to do that right now for what we're going to be doing today. Oh, command palette. That's right. I forgot about that. All right, so how you can set a default, this is an FYI. If you want your default terminal to be something other than PowerShell, if you're on Windows, you can do Control-Shift-P. Let's see, I guess this is, okay, Control-Shift-P to open command palette, and then I'm reading on Stack Overflow right now. Terminal, select default profile. Terminal. Nope. Why don't you like me? There we go. Terminal. There we go. All right. So it's going to be select default profile. Okay, perfect. And I'm going to choose git bash for mine. So we'll close this, reopen. Hooray. All right. And also what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do a split terminal. And you can set that, that's behind my chat window right now, but you can do a split terminal by choosing the little sort of like rectangle icon there. I don't know if you can see that, but we're going to have two terminals running for this project just because we're going to be working both on the client side and on the server side, and we're going to want to have them both running simultaneously. So with a split terminal, you can see both terminals at once. Yeah. But for now, we're just going to be working on we'll start with getting the client side set up, and then we'll do our server side. Engineer says that was super helpful. I always have to swap off PowerShell. Yeah, no worries. I finally got frustrated enough to change it yesterday. Sometimes frustration and spite are great motivators, at least in my case. Frustration and spite, two things. Frustration, annoyance, and spite are great motivators. Usually towards a piece of technology or a process that's frustrating. All right, so first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to hate driven, I like that. I use HDD, hate driven development. Okay, so in our left terminal, we're going to be running our client, and our client is going to be built using React. And so we're going to use create React app. I know there's other things out there such as Vite and all those wonderful tools. We're going to be using create React app today. Some of y'all are going to have to live with it. All right, npx create React app, and we're going to call it chat room front end. Yes, npx. npx is essentially it's sort of like npm, except instead of installing something, you're executing something. And in this case, we are executing create React app. So that was not a typo. Nope. There's two different commands. There's npm and then there's npx. Npx is correct for doing stuff like this where you're executing the command. Yeah. All right. It takes a hot minute to kind of finish doing its thing. Flash says, "Are you running the server on the same computer?" Yep. That's something that's you can absolutely do that. Still installing. Renate says, "What's the reason for using Git Bash over PowerShell?" Usually because I'm working in Git in the same terminal, and so just Git Bash has more. It's more friendly for working in Git. But if you're familiar with PowerShell, then you can use that. It's all good. Whatever you like. Class says, "What do you think of JS?" I like it a lot. All right, so we're gonna after we've created our React app here, you can see it's created it in this folder right here, chat room front end. We're gonna go ahead and cd into that. So we're gonna say cd chat room front end. All right. So now I'm in there, and let's go ahead and install the dependency. Well, we really only want to install one extra dependency here on our front end. We're going to install, and I'll put this in chat as well. We're going to install npm install or npm I socket.io dash client. And what this does is this is the client half of our, I guess, radio station and radio setup. So like a radio station can broadcast, right? But you need people to have radios in order to listen for those broadcasts. And so, it's a two half process, and we are installing the client half of that process right here. It's our client. Okay, so npm install socket.io dash client. All right, and we've done that. And it says vulnerabilities here. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's still gonna work. All right, so we've installed our dependency there. Sorry. That was OneDrive telling me things I don't need to know or care about. All right, and our looks like everything is ready to go here. So that's all the initial setup we're going to do on the front end. And then before things get too complicated here, let's go ahead and just create the folder and install some dependencies for our backend. I promise we're not going to be switching back and forth like crazy, but before things get too complex on the front end, let's go ahead and just set up our folder structure for the backend as well. So over here in my folder list, I'm going to go ahead and create a new folder, and we're just going to call it chat. You could also do this through mkdir if you wanted, but chat room backend. All right, now I have a new folder here, and in my right terminal, so I have two terminals here. I'm going to go over to the right side of my split screen. Hopefully y'all can see that. Yeah, you can. Good. And I'm going to go ahead and cd into chat. What did I call this? I just forgot. I could do an ls, but chat room backend. All right. Chat room backend. All right, I CD in there. And then I'm just going to go ahead and set up NPM. So on my back end, since I didn't run create React app for this, I need to manually initialize NPM. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to do NPM init dash Y. And what that dash Y does is it bypasses all those questions that it asks you. So we'll just do NPM init dash Y, get that running there. Exactly. And then we need to install quite a few dependencies here. Like I say, once I've finished doing this, I'm going to put the list of dependencies for the front end and for the back end, like the steps and dependencies there. I'll put it in chat. So if you're just trying to catch up, you'll get that as well. All right. So we're going to do npm install. We're going to need a few things. bcrypt cores.env express JSON web token, mongoose, and socket IO. Okay, so let me make sure I got everything. bcrypt cores.env, express, JSON web token, mongoose, and socket.io. All right, cool. All right, now all of those are installed. So if I just go over here into my backend, we'll see that I have a package.json file. And if I go in there, we can see all those things are installed. You can also get this list of dependencies from the GitHub repo. You can go into the package.json file in the backend and in the front end, see what's installed for each one, and go ahead and install those from there. But for now, I will post in chat both of these setups. Hopefully that looks decent in chat. Ugh, it looks gross, but yeah, doesn't look good at all. I can try again. I'll paste the client first. That'll make it look slightly better. All right, client setup there, and then I'll post server setup as a separate message. Still gonna look terrible, but maybe slightly more comprehensible. Okay, there you go. So that's the client and setup and the server setup. But for now, we're gonna focus mostly on the client side. We're gonna get a lot of that setup done, and then we'll pivot to the server side and get all of our listeners and that kind of thing set up on the server. All right, so let's pop into our front end, which is right here. So just be mindful of which folder you're in. Oh, and also, sorry, before we go into that, I do want to go ahead and set up our, well, actually, no, I'm not going to set up, sorry, I'm not going to set up a get ignore here. I'm not gonna push this work to Git. The finished work is on GitHub. We'll stick with that. So I'm not gonna worry about a Git ignore. But just remember, if you want to push your backend and your front end to GitHub simultaneously, you'll want to make sure that you put your Git ignore at this top level, and both your repo and your Git ignore at this top level here, outside of both of these folders. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and go into our front end. Right, I'm getting my other notes sorted away here. Perfect. Okay, and when we go in there, if we start looking in these folders, you're probably familiar with this from using Create React App and other things, but it puts a lot of junk in there by default. It just does. And so we're gonna get rid of most of it. We don't need it. We don't want it. We don't need it. So we're gonna go ahead and get rid of this favicon, all these logos, manifest, robots. Really, the only thing we're going to leave in the public folder is index.html because it's required. So delete those things. And then under our source, we're going to leave app.js, but we can get rid of app.css. Do that. Get rid of app test. We're going to get rid of this logo, get rid of this, this, and this. Okay. All right. So the only thing we're going to have left under our source folder is app.js, index.css, and index.js. All right. So that simplifies things quite a bit. Now, under index.html, we're going to get rid of a few things here as well. We can clean up our head. And if you want, you can go into the GitHub repo and just like copy index.html from there if you don't want to have to try to follow this. That's completely up to you. I'm going to clean up the head and essentially get rid of most of it, except for the meta tags. Get rid of this. And get rid of this and this and this. Okay, and we'll get rid of that comment. So now really the only thing that's left in here is just this div with the root tag, which is again required for a React app to run. And the standard meta tags in the head. We'll save that. And then under app.js, we're essentially going to go ahead and clear out everything that's in here. So completely empty that out. We're going to be replacing all of it anyway. And get rid of the 2 import statements. Mavi says I cheated. I used Vite. Sure. Yeah, that's allowed. So that's going to, show an error, but that's okay. We're going to fix it. We can leave index.css alone. That's fine. And then in index.js, we're going to leave most of that alone. Just get rid of report web vitals at the bottom and get rid of the import statement. And I think the rest of this is fine. Save that. Okay, so that's all the cleanup that we needed to do. Happy Pixels taking notes. Yeah, absolutely. And again, you can go into the GitHub repo and just do a little sneaky copy paste if you want to. That's valid. All right, so that's all the cleanup that we needed to do. Now we can actually start doing stuff. So let's go back to app.js because I don't like all the red, and we're going to clean this up and make it into something that we can use. All right, so as with any React component, and I am kind of assuming a slight familiarity with React here, so I'm going to be using words like props and components, and with assuming that you have at least a basic understanding of what they are. Although I will give some cursory explanations. So this is our main component, app.js. It's our parent component. And so the first thing we're going to just go ahead and do is import React from React. And we're also going to be importing a couple of other components here. So we're going to have some additional imports. But we haven't built those components yet, so we'll do that in a little bit. But inside of our actual app here, what we're going to do is we're going to have 2 components called app content and auth provider. So app content is actually going to be like the logic of our app, like all the meat, all the stuff that's actually happening. We're going to wrap that in another component called auth provider. And what auth provider is going to do is it's a context provider. And so you may recall, me too. Oh, it kills me. Inside joke. All right. Thank you for the follow. What's that? Grape? Thank you for the follow, Grape. So what auth provider is going to do is it's going to be passing context to every single component inside of app content. And you'll see what I mean in a minute, but I'm going to go ahead and drop these in there. Of course, the tabs are messed up. All right. So what we're doing here is what it says on the tin. We're wrapping our actual content inside of this auth provider tag, which is a context provider. And what it does is it's essentially going to provide, it's going to be where all of our authentication logic is stored. So when we're authenticating users, right, we're going to be constantly checking whether they're allowed to do things. What things are they allowed to do? Are they logged in? Do they ever get logged out? Do they have a valid token? Are they allowed to send messages? All those kind of things, all those kind of things that we just constantly check and are going to be checking in various components. We want to store that information in what's called a context provider, because a context provider is going to allow us to broadcast that information to any component that we want instantaneously versus having to pass it down multiple times through props. So that's what context is for. It allows you to beam component, or it allows you to beam props directly to a targeted component, no matter where it's at in the tree, in the component tree. So it's kind of a cool thing, and that's going to be one of the first components we're going to build is our auth provider, our auth context provider. Hey, no worries, Pixel. That's perfectly fine. All right. So this is all we're going to need inside of our app.js. And we're going to have, then the first component we're actually going to build is going to be our auth provider here. And actually, let me just double check here. Yeah, so index.js, we don't need to make any changes. All right, perfect. So now what I want you to do is inside the source folder, go ahead and create a new subfolder called components. Okay. So this subfolder called components is where we're going to be where we're going to be putting all of our little components, right? So similar to like what we do in MVC structure on the back end, where you kind of have your controllers together, you put your models together. A lot of the times in larger React projects, you're going to have a lot of components. And so you just want to group them together inside of a single folder. And so that's where we're going to be putting all of our components is inside this components folder. All right, so going inside of components, we can go ahead and create the files for those, and that'll kind of give you a feel for what we're going to be building. All right, so inside of components, the first one I'm going to create is called auth context.js. And again, this is our context provider. And let's go ahead and create chat room list.js. This is going to contain the list of the available chat rooms that people can join. Then we'll have login.js. This is going to be the login form. We'll have message input.js. We'll have message list.js. And then we'll have signup.js. All right, I think that's everything. So let's start with authcontext.js. Moby says, but I like surprises. Control Space, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. And Raython, sorry I missed your follow there. Thank you for the follow, Raython, to have you here. All right. So from React, we're going to be importing a couple things. We're going to be importing React, but we're also going to be importing our context module. So we're going to be importing create context, use state, and use effect. These are called hooks. And what these do is allow us to do things like update state, have certain actions happen on render, and also create context, create the ability to beam props directly to lower components. Freddie Cancino says, hi, please share channel YouTube. Freddie, in chat, do exclamation point YouTube. Exclamation point YouTube. That'll give you a link. Hooked on hooks. Yeah. Devon says, use state. Yes, that's the other thing we're importing. Thank you, Mavi. And then the other thing we're going to do here is we're going to just have an export. Create context. And now we can set up our actual authentication provider. So export const auth provider. And into auth provider, we're going to be passing our child props. Turf says, is this stream available as a VOD later? Yes, it's being recorded. It will be available as a VOD, and it'll also move to YouTube eventually. I'm about to move some more streams to YouTube here as well, so there'll be more content appearing on my channel soon. Phil says, dad joke, how did a penguin build its house? It igloos it together. Nice. All right, so first off, let's set up some state variables. So when we're talking about authentication, there's a few things we're going to want to think about. What are some things we might want to be thinking about or keeping track of when we are working with authentication? So occasionally I do like to ask questions. You guys get to ask me questions and I ask you questions back. So when we're thinking about authentication, what are some things that we might want to keep track of in a state variable? Mm. Reneat says, username and token. Yeah, those are two great things we're going to want to keep track of. Username to like, who the heck just logged in. We're going to want to be sharing that with some of our other components to show who is logged in, to maybe put it on the page, to attach it to messages, that type of thing. And then yeah, the token, that unique key which identifies the user that is logged in. Absolutely. Durbin TV, thank you so much for the follow. And yeah, so what's something else that maybe a really fundamental thing that we want to keep track of about a user as they're navigating around, as they're closing windows and reopening windows and clicking on things? What's something we're going to want to keep track of? Maybe a session, yeah. Maybe just how about the fact that we want to just make sure that they're actually logged in, right? Like, is logged in, is authenticated. Did they actually log in? Are they allowed to access the thing they're trying to access? That type of thing. We'll also, yes, we will be keeping track of what chat room they're in, but not here. This is we're going to be keeping track of that somewhere else. We're going to be keeping track of that in a more general component. Just when we're talking about authentication, the main authentication type things we're going to be keeping track of are whether they're authenticated, what their token is, and what their username is. So these are our state variables that we're going to be using. Is authenticated, what their token is, and what their username is. And as a reminder, when you're setting up a state variable, you have to initialize that state variable with a particular value. And so in this case, authenticated should be set to false by default, right? We don't want, if it was true, then that would be a problem. So by default, they are not logged in, and then they can change that by logging in and flipping that value. And then also the token and the username are going to be set to null. Okay. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to set up a use effect hook. You'll often see use effect hooks used when we don't want the same operation performed over and over again. Usually it's for something we only want to happen once. So something like a state variable could be updated multiple times a second, even. It could be updating all the time. But something like a use effect is generally only going to be triggered by something very specific. So by default, use effect is triggered when a page renders. So when a page renders, use effect is triggered, it fires off, and it does something. So you'll see that often when we're talking to an outside database or doing something we just don't want to happen a bunch. And then you can force that use effect to fire again by giving it a specific parameter. And I'm glad my principles are solid, Bobby. Thank you. I have principles and they are solid. Yes. All right. So use effect hook. So you'll see why we're doing this in just a second. Why we're using use effect here. All right. Inside of use effect, the first thing we're gonna do is we are going to, if there is a token that's being stored, we want to retrieve it. So for example, let's say I was logged in and I closed the browser window. When I go back to that, if I never logged out, I would love to still be logged in um, when I open that window again. So what it can do is it'll just fetch that if it exists and it'll log me back in automatically. All right, so we're going to say const stored token. We're going to look in local storage. And like I said, this is not necessarily best practice, but it's best practice for an app like this. So if it exists, we're going to go in there and we're going to get it. And the same thing for a username. If there's a username value that's already stored in there, we're going to get item username. All right. So if those exist, we're going to get them. And the reason why we're using use effect here is that really only needs to be done once, right? When the page renders, it really only needs to be done once, and then we have it. It's going to be stored in state. We have it. We don't need it again. So if this token exists in local storage, then we just want to make sure it gets updated. So if there is a stored token, then we want to set our state variable to that token, and set is authenticated to true. And you'll see why this is, because what we're doing, what we'll do later is when the user logs out, we are going to be clearing all of the data from local storage. So when they log out, we wipe local storage, we set all those values to null, we set the state value to null, we set everything to null. And so if something exists in local storage, then that means that they are logged in because they haven't logged out. Oh no, I understand, Mavi. I was kidding with you earlier, but I appreciate you. I appreciate you sharing that. Yeah, I was just joshing you, but I do appreciate you sharing that. And then the same thing for we're gonna want to check the same thing for usernames. So if there is a stored username, then we just say, oh, that's the person's name. That username to stored username. Now, as a reminder, what we're doing here is calling that state update function. That's built into the functionality of the use state hook. And so we can just call this function. It'll automatically update our state variable to whatever this value is. All right. And then there's a second optional argument here that we could put. So if we wanted to trigger this use effect again, when specific criteria are met, we could do that. We could add a little something in an array here, and we could, enter something here, and that would cause the use effect to fire again. However, we don't want that in this case. We only want it to fire once. We only want to check once to see, is there something in local storage we can fetch? We don't need to do it again. And so we're going to leave that second parameter empty. Now you might get a warning when we run this eventually, you might get a warning from React about that, but this is how it should be. It works as is. So, all right, that's the end of our use effect. Now we're going to specify what we want this component to spit out, right? This is our auth provider. We want it to broadcast that authentication data out to the rest of the app. Vielen Deutsch, welcome to the stream. Hope I pronounced that correctly. They say, should the token implicit the username? I mean, what happens if the user changes the name at another machine, etc.? Yeah, so right now this app doesn't have the ability to do things like, changing username, changing like changing usernames and that type of thing. But yeah, the whole storing the username in local storage, that was kind of a workaround for an issue I was having where um, I couldn't get the username to display properly on the homepage. So yeah, the whole storing of the username inside of the local storage as separately from the token was in itself kind of a workaround. So yeah, not necessarily best practice. Um, and the token, you're absolutely correct. The token itself does contain data about the username, and we will see later on how you can take that token and do what's called a decode it, and extract the username and match it against the database. So you're exactly right, Hewlin. Yeah, absolutely. So now let's determine what we actually want this component to return. Remember, every component always has to have, it always has to return something. So what we're going to return here is that auth context provider. So the actual auth context provider that we're wrapping all of our app in, we're going to be returning that component, and we're going to be passing into it all of those state values that we set up. So I'm going to paste this in, but we'll talk about what it's doing. All right, so what we've done here is two things. We have called on our auth context provider component via the tag. So open tag here and close tag. And we're passing into auth context provider all those values that we set up. Is authenticated, the token value, also the function to update the token, the username value, and also the function to update the username. So when we pass these down to the lower components, they now have the ability to access the value of the token, access the value of the username, tell whether the user is authenticated, and then also call that update function to adjust those state variables. So since we're passing this down to all the children, which is going to contain everything else in the app, all those child components can now not only access the state value, but call the function to update it as well. Okay, I hope that makes sense. I hope that makes sense what we're doing here with this. Is we're essentially just making that authentication data kind of global to the rest of the app. Obviously, it's not like that was a video chat app entire business gimmick. Not sure I fully understand, but okay. Oh, posture check. Thank you. Ugh, I tend to hunch over like a gremlin sometimes, so I appreciate that. Good to see you, Orestes. All right, so this is the end of our authentication provider, and this is probably the most like obtuse part of the app, which is why I wanted to do it first. So we'll go ahead and save this. And let's see, we're already exporting it, so that's good to go. And we've got a provider set up. And so just to kind of tie things together here a little bit. So we've set up, we're calling this auth context component. We're passing into it all of these authentication related state variables. And then we have this children prop here. And you might not recall, but essentially what this is doing is what we've done here is we basically created a wrapper. So we're passing in all of the app content into this component, and then we're just sending in all this state data and immediately then rendering the rest of the components of the app. So it's kind of like it's like a sandwich. It's almost like middleware. We're just passing all these contents through, including all these other, including all these other authentication related state variables, and then just letting the rest of the app render out. Cloudflip says, so this is essentially schema for authentication state. I suppose, yeah. We're just kind of making this this information globally available to everybody, to all the other components in the app. So real quick, I'm going to flip back to our app.js. And when I do that, you can kind of see how this works. So you can kind of see how these two work together, right? So inside of our app.js, we've got our auth provider, which we just built, this auth context.provider. And then the children, what that's referring to is everything else in the app. So that's how those work together. Okay? Oh, I think I just missed a follow there. Duder Codes, thank you so much for the follow. Hey, Kailando, good to see you. I need to turn up my notifications a little bit so I can actually hear them. I see them out of the corner of my eye and I'm like, whoo. All right, so that's our auth context. And now what we can do here is we can actually import that into our app.js since we've created it. So we're going to import auth, oops, provider, and then that should auto import. There we go. Save that. Okay, now let's go ahead and, well, it's time for a break. So I think we've made a lot of progress so far. The rest of these components are not going to be this large. They're not going to be as large as the one we just did or as obtuse as the one we just did. So hopefully that makes you feel better. Some of them are only a few lines, but they each have their own file because when you build React components, that's kind of the standard practices. You put them in separate files, no matter how big or small they are. So the rest of these are going to be shorter, I promise. And so let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. And then when we come back, I know I'm going to get some more water. And then when we come back, we will build out our more standard components where these are mostly just going to be like, listing all the chat room messages and how do we log in? How do we sign up? Where do we input messages? Where do we list the messages once, when somebody joins a room, that kind of thing. So, all right, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break and feel free to ask questions in chat during the break. Happy to answer when I get back. All right. See you back here in 5 minutes. And also, too, just for those of you who are new to the stream, we like to take a break at the top of each hour or thereabouts, just to kind of stay healthy. So feel free to get up and stretch, get yourself some water, take a bathroom break, anything that you need to do. Right, here we go. See you back in 5. Okay, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back when you're ready. Thank you for the follow, Red K at War. Iced Fire, good to see ya. Sorry you didn't get the notification. Twitch being Twitch, you know. All right, welcome back, folks. Good to see you all back here. Um, Guy says, "Wow, I go for a while and we're all pro with the stream overlays." I try. Yeah, I decided to update my stream look a little bit. Feel free to, let me know what you think, good or bad. I honestly don't know, how much I like it, but I think it's okay. It's I was it was really hard for me to find overlays that I actually liked. So I think these are okay. I do like the music. That's provided by our very own Chris P. Nugget, who very kindly let me use his tracks. Um, I think they're really cool. All right, let's get back to it. Right before the break, we finished up, we set up our React project. We finished up setting up our app.js as well as our context provider that provides information about the user's login status, their username, and their token to the rest of the components in the app. And so now let's go on to some more standard components. Sir, 781, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. All right, let's go on to our next component here, which is our chat room list.js. Oh, it's pulled up in the other screen here. All right, this is going to be a slightly more standard component. Really, what this is talking about is the list of available chat rooms that a user can join. And we could technically hard code this based on how the app currently looks. But as someone was asking about, I think Flask was asking about earlier, adding features and stuff to the app, I did build it so that you could potentially have a mechanism to add additional chat rooms, even though that's not something that you can do in the app right now. The app, the rooms in the app right now are going to be hard coded, um, but but there's functionality in there to actually have that as a state value that can be updated and changed as we go. All right. So first off, we're going to go ahead and import React. And we're just going to call this component chat room list. Const chat room list. And we're going to be passing in two things as props into this component. Those are going to be rooms and join room. Now, what join room actually is a function that's going to put the user in that particular room. So we're passing in our list of rooms for one, and then the function, we're going to have a function that's called join room, and that's going to be passed in as a prop as well. So what this is going to allow is it's going to allow a person to click a button and immediately call that join room function and put them into a particular chat room. So there's really no logic here. This is just a component that's going to return a piece of the UI. So we'll just have a div here. I hate it when React doesn't play nice with Emmet. And inside of our div, we'll just have an h2. Ah, come on. h2, and that's just going to be chat rooms. And then we'll just have an unordered list that's going to display all the available chat rooms that you can join. So UL, And what we're going to do there is we are going to loop through the list of available rooms and essentially turn them into a button and have that button say join and then the room name. Now, if I want to do this, if I'm receiving a prop that's an array from, from a parent component, if I'm receiving a prop that's an array of rooms, how would I do that? How would I turn those individual room names into a list item that is a button with the room name on it? How would I do that? Renit says for loop. Maybe we do need a loop of some kind. Yeah. But no, what we're going to do there is actually we're going to map. Um, we're going to take this and we're going to, hey, hi, Iced Fire. Yes, Duder codes, welcome. Yeah, we're going to use map here. And that's what you'll see often when you are building out React components. When you're building out UI elements dynamically, um, you take in an array of some kind of iterable object, whether it's an array or an object or whatever. You'll often see map used in order to build out those UI elements dynamically. So we're going to say rooms dot map, and we're going to loop through that room. And make sure I get my parentheses right here. Nope, I have them wrong. I knew I was missing one. There we go. And as we loop through each item, we're going to build out a list item. And inside of that list item, we're going to have a button. And that button is going to have text of just join and then room, the room name. So we can pass that room name in there directly. So our button is going to say join room. Better rewind an hour. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a longer project today, Icefire. Just so if you want to plan ahead, yeah, it's gonna be a longer one. If you look at the finished code, you'll see why. um, okay, and I think I'm missing a open or close parenthesis somewhere. Give just a moment to find it. Oh, I'm missing my close parenthesis right here. Yeah, there it is. Good thing I made coffee. Yeah. Okay. So this in its basic form, that's essentially what we're doing. We're for each item that we encounter in the list of rooms, we're going to take the individual room, we're going to create a button, and we're going to have it say join room. Now we need to add a little bit more to this. Um, First off is React. Whenever you're looping through an iterable object in React, it needs a little something extra. What does React require from loops whenever you're generating objects from a list or whatever? What does React need that regular JavaScript doesn't? Yeah, it needs a key, right? Some kind of a unique identifier. Absolutely. Yeah, React needs that. Because why does React need a unique ID for each item that it loops through? Or I guess for each item that it generates. If it doesn't have a key, it'll complain. Yeah, but why? Why does it complain? Why does it complain when you don't have a key? Have you ever thought about that? And if we don't know, that's okay. You're allowed to say I don't know. That's a valid answer as well. Reed says, so it knows what to update. That's right. Yes. So it needs to assign every item that it's looping through a unique key, because when something changes, it needs to know which items should update and which items should stay the same. Because if it just tries to identify those items like based on the content, there's a lot of things that could happen there. There's a lot of things that can happen there. The content could be completely differently named. It could have the same name as another piece of content in that list. Um, there's just, it needs to have some kind of a unique way to say, hey, this row is the one row that has changed, or these two rows are the two rows that have changed, or nothing has changed, they've just changed order, right? It needs to identify the type and the nature of the change, and the only way it can do that is by giving them a unique identifier. Now, for this very small static list, we are going to be using poor practice. We're going to be using key as the index of the item in the array, which is generally not what you want to do. If you have a unique identifier available, such as a database ID, you generally want to use that. But this list only has 3 items in it, so there you go. We're going to use the index for that, and React will not complain if we do that. All right, now for our button, as Mavi said, um, we're also going to want to have some kind of an event listener that's listening for clicks to that button. So on click, when somebody clicks that join room button, so whatever room they decide to join, we are going to call this function called join room that we passed in. And we're going to define that function later, don't worry. On click, we're going to call join room and put them in the room. And we're going to call join room, and we're going to tell it which room they joined. So they call join room, we pass in the name of the room they clicked on, and that's going to display the contents of that room. Okay? All right. This is all we need to do for this particular component. Fairly simple, just a little list of the available rooms. Make sure I got up to chat. Yep. All right. Next, let's do login. And login and sign up are going to be very, very, very similar. So once we do login, we can kind of copy that and pop it into sign up. Oh, thank you for, yes, export. Yeah, I never remember to do that. And it gets me in trouble every single time. Good catch, Copper Lily. You know me by now. I need to have a channel point reward for that. You have one for comments. I need to have one for exports instead. All right, let's do login. So once again, for this one, we're only really going to have to import standard React stuff. We're not doing anything special here, mostly because even though this is, authentication related, what's nice is we're kind of handling all the tough stuff at a higher level, and we're passing that information. Login. All login really has to do is capture the login data, pass it over to the server, and then hope it gets a valid token back, so it knows what to do next. So we're kind of handling things at a higher level than this particular component. So we really just need to create the form. So we're going to say const login form and make sure that it's passing data up to our server to authenticate the person, see if they're a valid user, log them in. We need to validate their login information against the database. And we're also passing in a function here, which we will define a little bit later. This function is going to be called onLogin, and what onLogin is going to do is it's going to essentially on login, when the user logs in, assuming that they are a valid user, this function is going to be called, and it's going to take away the login and sign up page and give them the room list and essentially log them in. Hey, Fosa, good to see ya. All right, we're going to need a couple of state variables here. So in a login form, what state variables do you think we're going to have? We're going to need 2 of them. That helps. Yeah, username and password, right? Not too hard. Because those are going to be our form fields. And if you recall, in React, what we like to do most of the time is we don't allow forms to have any of their own inherent behaviors. Forms do have certain behaviors that they can just do out of the box. Basic HTML forms, you slap it on a page, it can do certain things by itself. But in React, we want React to manage literally everything. So we take away default behaviors from things like forms and buttons, and we capture that information in our own state variables, and we control the behavior of that form via state variables, which is what we're doing here, which is why we need these two variables right here. You'll see how if you're not familiar with this, you'll see how we implement that in just a second. Um, and another thing that forms can do is, if a form has a submit button, by default, when a user clicks on that, right, it's going to do a couple things. It's going to try to send data up to a server, and it's going to reload the page. Now, again, React, we don't want that to happen. We want to tell our form what behavior it should have when that button is clicked. So next thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to define what that behavior should be. So I need to handle submit. I need to tell it exactly what's going to happen. So this is going to be an asynchronous function. We're going to be talking to our server, and I'm also passing in the value of E. What does E stand for? When I pass in E, what does that mean? Yeah, it's event. Exactly. It's an, yes, and you're, yep. Jinx, you're exactly correct. It's an object. An event is an object. It's all the information we have about the thing that just happened. And in our case, it's going to be a click. The click on the submit button, we capture a bunch of data about that and we pop it in there. Yeah, so E specifically is the event, the thing that happened. It's not the listener, it's just an object, that E value. So first thing we're going to do is, you'll find this, what we do often for stuff like this is, the first thing you see is prevent default. Yeah, so first thing we do is we want to prevent any default behavior that's going to come from them clicking submit. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to set up the fetch that goes out to the server, sends that login data up to the server, and sees whether it's valid or not. So we're going to await a fetch to our server. Yeah, rats, you're right. Yep, E is not the listener, it's the event itself, correct. Yep. Hi, Dr. Moto. Good to see you. So we're going to do a fetch up to our server, and I'm just thinking about what port this is going to be running on. I already have something running on 4000. Yeah, I'm probably going to run it on something like 8000. I haven't really thought about it. But we're going to be fetching. We're going to send a fetch request to a specific route up on our server. I'll change this to 8000. We'll see if I remember to do that on the server side. y'all can remind me later on. All right, we'll toss this fetch up there. And we're going to set our method, which is going to be post. And we'll set our headers. And content type is going to be JSON. Oopsie. And then we're in the body, we're going to go ahead and take that form data and stringify it. All right. And close parenthesis. Okay. And then that's there. I know I'm missing a parenthesis, but we'll figure it out in a minute. Always seems like I'm missing a parenthesis. Oh, there we go. I figured out the problem. Extra, there we go. Extra one there. Got it. Yes, and we could absolutely define the server URL as its own variable, the port or whatever as its own variable. I just didn't think of it at the time. So yes, that would be a definite improvement for this. You could change that localhost to, to a variable instead of hard coded. Um, and yeah, that would be a definite improvement. I just didn't think of it. Yeah. And this is kind of standard practice for React login forms. You're just sending a fetch request manually and then, interpreting the response. Um, only it's in Django Python. Yeah, I mean there's always commonalities no matter what language you're using, right? Even between something like SQL and JavaScript, there are things that are similar. I see similarities between SQL and JavaScript, even though they're, you know, very different in many different ways. Um, but now, so we've got to, so we sent a request up, and now we want to await the response. So we've sent our data. We want to await response dot JSON. And then what is a sushi project? Oh, it's Seiwan is sharing they made a personal project for sushi. Yeah, they were sharing the work they did on it earlier. And now if things have gone well, if things have gone according to plan, um, we should have gotten some data back from the server. So once they've logged in, um, we should hopefully get back a token and a username from the database. So saying, all right, on login, data dot token and data dot username. We're going to pass it into that on login function, which is going to determine what behavior happens after that. So that's the logic that goes into this. Basically, it's kind of taking the default form behavior and making sure that we control it, versus the default behavior that would happen in a regular form. Joseph said, "Welcome to the stream, Joseph. By the way, what is the recommended way to use API key in React? Session based auth or .env?" There's various ways to do it. We're doing a very simple implementation of authentication today. Um, we are using today. We're really just taking the token and we're storing like our database credentials in an env file. Um, but for like the actual token data, we're popping it in local storage, mostly because I want to be able to show you guys what happens, how that token is managed when authentication is happening. So I want to be able to pull up the like the local storage window and show you guys how that token gets added and removed as you're logging in and out of the application for a visual aid. All right. So now now that we've set up our logic, we can say exactly, okay, what do we want this UI piece of the UI to look like? So we're going to have a form tag, very standard. That form tag is going to have two input fields. Um, and those two input fields are going to be for username and for password. Oops, I can't spell. You'll come to find I can't spell a lot of the time. So two input forms, first one for username, second one for password. But in the form tag itself, since we want to manage its behavior, we want to make sure that when a user clicks the submit button, our custom bespoke function is called. So on submit, we want to call our custom function that we just coded. So on submit, we're going to call handle submit. All right. Yeah, and as Mavi says, ideally you wouldn't have that token be visible at all. It's not good. That's private information. You don't want to you don't want to have it be accessible or visible at any point during the process. You will see that it's visible here. I'm storing it in local storage mostly just because I want to show like, hey, this is how this works. This is how you get a token assigned. This is how it travels up and down. But yeah, generally anything authentication related shouldn't be exposed at any point. Oh my goodness. Someone streaming, they showed their token and then someone in chat spammed the API and locked them out with it and they were confused. Oh no, that's too bad. When people are sharing their knowledge and sharing their, things they enjoy on stream, it's always nice when people don't, sabotage them. You guys don't. And that's why I appreciate you guys. All right. So our input box here, the first one is going to be for usernames, and that's just going to be a basic one. Type text. Um, we can have a placeholder value there. Now, what is a placeholder? When I say placeholder, what does that do? I'm going to fill this in, and then we'll explain what it does. What we're doing here. Dot target value. All right, this looks a little funky. If you're used to making standard forms outside of React, um, like like keeping things simple for ease of learning. Yeah, absolutely, Joseph. That's kind of my philosophy. Yep. Oh, thank you, Ellen. Yes, safety vest. Thank you for sharing that. OWASP lists some good info on JSON Web Token security. Absolutely. Yeah, Dr. Moto says, yep, the placeholder is like the value that appears when the form first loads. But the nice thing is that you can type right over it. It disappears immediately. It's just a guide for the person to tell them where to type stuff. Yep. Or what goes in there. Now, the value, this is where it gets interesting. This is how we handle forms in React. Again, it's removing that default behavior um, and replacing it with behavior that we specify. And that's what we're doing here. We are controlling what appears in that box. So as the person is typing, it looks like they're just typing in the box, but what they're actually doing is they are calling set username over and over and over every time they type anything in the box, updating the state variable that we declared earlier, this username. They're calling set username over and over. So as they type, it's actually filling this in. It's filling this state variable in. And then the result of that variable is immediately displayed back in the box. So what we've done is we've essentially created a middleman. They start typing, the state variable gets updated, and then the contents of that state variable get displayed in the box. Okay? That's kind of hard to wrap your head around if you're used to regular forms, but that's how we handle things in React, again, because we want to control the information. Kylando says, Mine Wolf, how do you remember which library to use for what as a beginner? Google. You're not just going to know this stuff. You're really not. It's okay. You can Google, look for similar projects, see what libraries they use. Look for resources online, Code Academy, that kind of thing. You're not going to just know this stuff off the top of your head. I had to do a lot of research to figure out which socket library I wanted to use for this project. Like, yeah, it's use Google is your friend. Highlander says, I've manually coded a process for hours until someone says there's a library for that. Yeah, some of it is just thinking, if you ever think, man, there's got to be a better way to do this, then that's probably your cue to Google and see if there's a library that can help you. Yeah, we know Google is not always precise, but you can always try, right? And sometimes it's fun to do things manually, like you say. It's a trade off, right? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to learn, like just trying to practice a concept? Then yeah, do it manually. But if you're trying to, build something for a client, use a library. My opinion, anyway. All right. So second input box is going to be for password, and it's going to be very similar. Close tag. There we go. Okay, input and then closing tag. There we go. All right, this one's going to be similar, except we want to make sure we set the type to password because that'll make it be little dots. And then placeholder is going to be password. Value is going to be password. And we're going to do the exact same thing here. We're going to hold that password value in state and call our set password function, repeatedly update, that value, and then pass it back to the box. And those are going to be, let's see, I don't think we need to put anything in there. Oh, that worked. Why does that sub work? Thank you so much for the sub, Salazar. Thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate the sub. That one got double alerts. Overlapping alerts. That's great. Thank you, Salazar. Who knows? All right, now the last thing we need for our form is just a button. Oh, and you know what? These are not, I did these tags wrong. This needs to be just a single tag. Bad. There we go. That should do it. Okay, so yeah, those I had opening and closing tags there. I always get that wrong. I had opening and closing tags there, but they just need to be single tags. Okay. And then button type is going to be submit. Sure, Kailando. Yeah, there's a lot in the on the archive there. All right, and then login, and that should do it for our login. I think we've got everything we need. Last thing I want to do is just export this. Aren't you proud of me, Copper Lily? I remembered this time. Export defaults, login form. And if you look at, if you're ever not sure what something is doing, if you look at the code in the GitHub repo, I tried to really add a lot of comments to explain what every single part is doing. So I hope that's helpful. Save this. Now we can do the sign up form, but that's not going to take nearly as long because we can copy and paste a lot of the work we just did. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to basically just grab everything from here and we're going to head over to our signup.js and we're just going to pop that in there. Ellen says, I love commented code. Yeah, check the repo. It's pretty heavily commented. I'm not doing it here because it just takes more time to type all the comments, but you can see, and we're talking about most of this, but the repo itself is pretty exhaustively commented. Yeah. All right, so our sign up form here is going to be called sign up form. And then when they sign up, we're going to want to be able to call another function we're going to define later called on sign up, which is going to be passed in as a prop into this component. And once again, we're going to have some similar state variables here. So we're going to have username, password, and we're going to add one more here called email. I'm not doing anything with email in this application right now, but I am capturing it. You know, if you wanted to, I don't know, have the ability to send newsletters or something like that, you know, email is something you might want to capture. So I am capturing it here inside of the sign up process. So once again, for handle submit, we're going to be doing the exact same thing. We're taking in preventing any default behavior. We're going to do another fetch out to our server, except this time we're going to be hitting the register route. Instead of login, we're going to be hitting register. Thank you for the follow, Jules. Welcome. And then again, post method, content type, and instead of just the username and password, we're going to be passing username, email, and password into this payload. And again, we're going to wait for our response from the server. And then once we get that response, we're going to go ahead and call on sign up. And same as with login, all we need is the token and the username. And those two things are going to give us what we need for the next step after that. So the email really here is just being captured and stored in the database. We're not doing anything with it after we capture it. It's just to have. Now we can go ahead and go and build out our form. Once again, it's going to be very similar. On submit, we're going to call handle submit. First one is going to be for username. and type username, value username, and then on change, we're going to call set username, so that's fine. Password also needs to be there, and then I'm going to add the third input box for email in here. So this one is just going to be type email. I did add a name value here, but that's not necessary. Type email, placeholder email, value is going to be email, and then on change, we just update that value in state and put it in the box. Yeah, it depends on what you like, Joseph. You know, whether, you know, how much comment do you like? Which is another reason why I'm not doing it here on the live version, because I do feel like when you're doing this live, adding a bunch of comments is going to be mostly visual clutter. But if you're taking the time and you're really sitting down with some code and you're trying to parse through it kind of line by line, that's when I think comments can be helpful. Which is why I commented out the repo. Thank you for signing up to Wolf Chat. Yeah, and we're just going to change the text of this button here to just be sign up instead of log in. And then in the end, we're going to go ahead and just export our form, sign up form. Okay, that one was easier because we could just copy and paste most of it. All right, so we've done auth context, we've done chat room list, we've done login, so only a couple more to do here. Next up, we'll go ahead and do message input. Any questions on the login or sign up forms and how they work? Feel free, if you have questions, you're welcome to ask at any point, or if I'm going too fast, or if you're not picking up what I'm putting down, it's valid to ask questions. All right, so this is going to be mostly for the box where you type messages. So like in the chat room, there's a box. You type messages in the box, you click submit, and that message magically appears. Well, that message magically broadcasts out to everybody else who's in the chat room, right? So we're building the GUI part of where that happens. Now, the actual magic of that broadcast occurring is going to be taking place in a couple of other areas of the app. But for this part, really all we're doing is we're creating a box. We are allowing you to type in there, and as soon as they click, there's two things they can do. They can click send message, or they can hit enter. And when they do, we're going to call a specific function called send message, and that is going to do all the magic of the broadcasting and talking to the server and all that stuff. So we'll see more of that later. Domi says, I'm glad you're finding it interesting, Duder. Domi says, how do you organize how how do you organize when you have any backend? Are you talking about how do you organize when you have a backend that you're going to have to build? I want to make sure I understand your question. All right, so I'm going to copy the import statement from our sign up. Copy that. Whoops, is that there? We're going to import use state. Now this is going to look slightly similar to our login and sign up. It's going to be called const message input. And once again, we're passing in a function. It's going to be called send message. And we also, just like we did with the logins, we're going to have a state variable. It's going to capture the message information. Oh, Domi says, yes, when I build a backend like Node.js, you create two repository. Yeah, normally I think you would. You'd have two separate repositories, one for your client side, one for your backend. Because you could have completely separate, development pipelines for your backend and your client. For this particular project, as you can see, I built a single repository for both the client and the backend. That was mostly to make it easier to find, so you didn't have to try to skip around between repositories to find what you're looking for. But that's not normally how you would do it. But in this particular case, I did. You'll see that both the client and the backend are in the same repo. And same here, right? I have my front end and my back end in a single folder as well. But again, that's mostly just for ease of you guys being able to find it in the repository, and ease when we're doing a full stack project like this on stream, it's easier if it's all in one place. Yeah. All right, so we set up our state variable. We're going to handle submit, and I'm just going to go ahead and drop this in here because it's nothing new. It's the same thing we already did. Um, I'll take the comments out, but these are the comments from the repo. Yeah, so what we're doing here is a couple things. We're preventing the default behavior. We are calling that send message function, which is transmitting that message onward and upward. And then we are clearing the form and setting it back to empty. And we have to do that in this case because the user isn't leaving the page. Whenever they send a chat message, it's keeping them on the chat page. And so after every message they send, we have to clear the form. Whereas with the login, we didn't have to do that because they're being taken to a different page immediately after login. And the same with the what's being rendered out in the return. Again, we have a form. When we submit it, we call that handle submit function that we wrote to override the default behavior. We have an input field for our message. It's typed text. We are controlling its behavior with state. And then we have a submit button. Okay, so this one, very similar to the login and sign up ones that we already did. I know I went through that very quickly. If there's anything you're still not sure about on this, do feel free to ask. The only reason I went through it quickly was because it's similar to what we've already done. Woo. I am Tahoma. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. It seems like, yeah. Huh. I am Tahoma. Welcome to the stream. I'm still puzzling over my alerts, how weird they are, and why they sometimes work and sometimes don't. Oh, thank you, Tahoma. Feel free to join us if you want. So our last component here, I should say our last subcomponent, is going to be the actual list of messages. So when you're in the chat room, you send a message, right? And then, but what you can see is a history of all the previous method of all the, oh, export. Thank you. I seriously, I need a channel points thing for that. I've got to remember to build that because I've forgotten it every single time except one. Oops, and I think this is the wrong one anyway. Input. There we go. Okay. At least you all are paying attention. All right. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So when you're in a chat room, you type a message, but you can see like a history of X number of messages that came before that, right? You see a chat history, you type your message, and then you immediately see that new message get added to the history. And then everybody else in the chat room can see that message in the history as well. So everybody sees the same thing at all times. And so that's what this component is for. It's going to list the messages. It's going to display new messages as they appear. It's going to handle all of that. So for this one, we're just going to be importing React. We don't need any state. This particular component is going to be just basically a display component only. All it's going to do is it's going to take what it's given. There's only one little piece of logic, and I'll let you guys think about why this might be happening. It'll be a little mystery. It'll be a mystery for later. Constant message list. Lucky Duck, thank you for the follow. And inside of into message list, we're going to be passing a list of messages. I mean, what else, right? Domi says, I guess your backend is Socket. Yeah, right on. We are using Socket.io for this project. Yes, we haven't implemented it yet, but we definitely are. Actually, in the next thing we're going to build after this is kind of the boring stuff. This is the setup. These are the basic components. The next component we're going to build is the brains. That's where we're going to start to see these implementations of WebSockets. What they're going to be used for. Some of these functions that we've been referencing in some of these previous components, we're going to build those functions and we're going to see how they use WebSockets to talk to the server. send messages back and forth. All right, so the only bit of logic in this particular component is const reversed messages equals messages dot reverse. I'll let you all think about why we might have to do that. And then we have our return. And Bobby says, I have 3 cat names worth of points. Yeah, I wish I had some kitties for you to name. I know Drunk Uncle Grandma still has one on the list too to name as well. Say one says the spread operator because we're sending more messages. Yes, that's part of it. Yeah, absolutely. We're using the spread operator here because we're taking the existing array and we're breaking it up and then we're reversing it. But I'll let you think about why we're reversing that, why that might need to happen. Why would it be in the wrong order? Hey, Fafin, good to see you. All right, inside of our div here, we're gonna have an H2, just messages. This is just gonna be the list of it. And then we're gonna do pretty similar to what we did with the room list. I am having a good weekend, thank you. Day one says reversing because the other member needs to chat also. Good guess, maybe. Joseph says, I think reverse to show new messages first. Yeah, you're almost there. Yeah. So we get the new messages at the bottom. Yeah, that's exactly right. In a chat box, in like think about Discord, right? The newest stuff is always at the bottom because it's right above where you're typing. And so, based on the way we're retrieving those messages from the database and what we have to do to those messages when we get them out of the database, they're going to come into our component in the wrong order, and we have to flip them. Exactly. Yes, we want new messages near where we're typing. Exactly. All right. Y'all are quick. I didn't think anybody would get that. Add live notifications. Yeah, I mean, hey, you can do that with sockets. Yes, you've seen interface, but it's not intuitive, right? I'm sure you've seen those types of interfaces, but it's not intuitive. It's really not how we think as humans. Okay, so now we're going to have our list of messages, and a lot of what goes into user interface design is okay. How do humans think? How do they interpret things, right? Definitely not my preference. Yeah, I don't think it's anybody's preference. And so once again, we're going to do a map. We're going to take our reverse messages and we are going to map through them to create the UI elements. Reverse messages dot map. And I'm just realizing here that I forgot to change my key to use something other than index. We'll stick with it for now, but just know that that's not best practice. And I meant to change it and I forgot. So okay, map, need another, well, I'll figure it out later. All right, so we'll have another list. On a chat, it would pile up really quick, but now that you're using Socket, why not? Yeah, chat messages are being stored in a database. Yes, we are storing these chat messages in a MongoDB database, and we'll see that a little bit later. Next gen chat messages displayed in random order. Oh man, that would be chaotic. So similar to before, we're just doing an li with the key as index, which is you shouldn't do for a list like this. We really should be using the database ID because we have one. We're storing these. Each message is stored in the database. It has a unique ID. That is what we should be using. I forgot to do that. My mistake. All right. So the way we're going to format this is with most chat messages, you kind of want 3 things, right? You want to know when the message was sent, who sent it, and what the message is. And so we're going to have 3 elements here. We'll have 3 spans. I think I put them all spans. Yeah, they're all spans. 3 spans in each list item. We'll add a little formatting here, but this is really the only formatting. We're going to be adding like 2 formatting elements to this whole thing. One of them is on timestamp because I want it to look a little different. And then inside of here, we're going to want to display a date item. And inside of our message, we're going to have a timestamp value. We want to display that. And then we want to convert it to whatever the local time is. So we can do that by using toLocale date string. This is built in, something you can call at any time, allows you to convert that timestamp to local time for wherever you are, or I guess wherever the user is. So that's a useful little quick tip. Thank you for the follow, Oscar. See 3,000 notifications on the bell and wonder why you're using this app. Oh, and Instinct Dev, thank you so much for the sub. My alerts don't work, but here's my vocal alert. Thank you, Instinct Dev. Thank you so much for the sub. I'm guilty for using index as key all the time. Yeah, if you have something better, you really want to avoid it if you can. But hey, that's not always possible. Thank you for the follow, 100 Dennis. Y'all are being absolutely diabolical with your ideas for a randomized chat app. I love it. All right. Next one here is going to be, let's see, we did that. We did the date. Next one is going to be username. And I did add a class to this, but I never added any styling. So we're just going to leave it as is. You can add, whatever styling you want to any of these. And I don't think this is technically possible, but if there is no username transmitted with the message, it'll just say anonymous. So we're not trying to build 4chan here. So I've not, in my testing, I've not seen this happen. But if there is no username, it'll just put anonymous. So we're checking to see, does that username exist? If it does, grab their username. If not, say anonymous. I don't think anybody wants to build 4chan again. And then, I didn't need another span here. After the username, we can go ahead and just display the actual message itself. So message.content. All right, I need to add some closing parentheses. Good to go there. So really not too much new here, right? The only tricky thing we did was just take the timestamp of the message and convert it to local time. But it's all pretty standard there. All right, last thing, we're going to export this. Okay. Master plan for world domination, soft delete, then blackmail. Jeez. I don't know if I should be giving you guys the power of WebSockets. I don't know if you can be trusted. All right, I think that's all we need to do here. Now, like I said, that's the last of our kind of standard components. The next thing we get to do is we actually get to build out the socket logic that's going to be talking to the server. So it is time for a break. This is a great time to take a break. But when we come back, and do please come back, because this is when we're actually going to start implementing WebSockets. Building out the logic that's going to be transmitting messages up to the server, receiving those broadcast messages from the server, and determining when to update components as new messages are entered. Joseph says, I don't understand what message.user is checking. It's just checking to say, does it exist? So as a shorthand in JavaScript, if something exists, it is inherently what we call truthy. It inherently has, if something exists with no other conditions, it inherently has a value of true. If it doesn't exist, if it's null, if this value didn't exist, it would be inherently false or falsy. And so what this is a ternary operator, a type of if-else condition that says, hey, does this exist? If it does, then evaluate the true condition. In this case, the true condition is get the username of the user who submitted the thing and display that. If it doesn't exist, then the false condition is here, and that's anonymous. Yeah, so hopefully that makes sense. It's just a little bit of shorthand. We'll see this. I've used this a couple times. It looks a little weird the first time you see it, but this is essentially checking to say, hey, does message.user exist? If it does, it's inherently truthy. And then we go to this condition. Turns out desktop users can't be trusted. All right. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Exactly right. Hunter Dennis. Yeah. All right. Save that. So we're going to take a break now, 5 minutes. But if you want to learn about WebSockets, come back after the break. That's when we're actually going to be implementing that logic for our socket access and talking to the server. All right. 5 minutes. I'm gonna get some more water. Get up, use the restroom, whatever you got to do. Don't just sit there. You're not allowed. You got to stretch. You got to at least stretch. We've been here for like 2 hours already, so you got to do something. All right. See you back in 5. Okay, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back when you're ready. Dr. Moto, yeah, it is a new break timer. I hope you like it. That way I don't have to keep Googling Google Timer every single time we have a break. Now I have my own. Sure, union break if you want one, Faffin. Okay, welcome back, folks. Uh, Probably says, been singing WebSocket like the damn Hot Pockets jingle. Nice. It's another meat town. Gonna be a meme. Thirsty Pooch says, "Happy Sunday, happy Sunday to you, Thirsty Pooch. Good to see you. I'm glad you appreciate the stretch breaks, Educated Savage. I know I do. I always go sit down during the breaks because I'm standing. Like right now, I'm standing up, and so it's all about variety. So I go and sit down during those 5 minutes. Get to the meat. Yeah, that's what we're gonna be doing now. Let's get to the meat. Yeah, yeah, man. What are we even doing? All right. So for now, I'm gonna minimize my components folder. Um, we are going to be building another component, but I'm going to build it at the root, more for personal preference. But so at the root, inside of your source folder here, um, it's so at the root of your source folder here. So not at the like the actual root of the project, but in your source folder, go ahead and make a new file, not a new folder, new file, and we're going to call this app content. .js. And this is where the main logic for our client side application is going to be. Because if you recall, inside of app.js, we're doing this whole thing with the auth provider. And so we can't really put all the rest of the logic for the app in here without it being kind of confusing. And so I'm offloaded all the rest of it into this sort of subcomponent called app content.js, app content.js. And in here, this is where the brains of our client side are going to live. Stoutfella says, is this a continuation from last week's project or a new one? This is a new project. If you want to see the finished code, you can go to !project in chat, and that will give you a link to the repo. And real quick, since we do have a fair amount of new folks here, I'll just give you a quick demo of what it is we're actually building here. When I'm talking about WebSockets, like what are we even doing? So what this is it's a chat application with authentication. So I'll log out here. It's going to tell me to change my password because it's really simple. But here we have 3 chat rooms. We've got general, sports, and coding, and there's different messages in each one. And so, you can type a message in here, and it adds it to the list. Then that's very standard for most applications. That's very easy to do. You don't need anything special to do that. But the unique part of that is that it's not only adding it to the list in my client, it's broadcasting that message to every single other user of the app and immediately displaying it in their message list as well. So what we have here on the right screen is another user in a different instance of the client. Maybe like I'm pretending I'm someone else, right? I'm pretending I'm someone else in a different location, in a different house, different city, whatever. I'm logged in as Wolf 2 over here, but I'm in the same room. So I can talk to Wolf 1 simultaneously, instantaneously. So welcome to the room. And as soon as I do that, Wolf One's interface updates. They didn't have to do anything. It just broadcasted the message and they received it. And so, in order to facilitate that ability, we're using something called WebSockets. And WebSockets allow for this sort of broadcasting. So, if I had 100 people that were in this room simultaneously, anytime anybody entered a new message, that message gets broadcasted out to all 100 people simultaneously. And the way that's done is via WebSockets. Glorious front end. We're going to be building a back end too. We need a server to handle these requests and to write the data to the database, because all this history, all this message history that you see here is being captured in a database in MongoDB. So the server needs to handle that. Domi says, "How do you improve your creativity?" I just think of things I enjoy or things that frustrate me. Those are the two things: things I like, things I don't like. And can I build something that can make those things, you know, that can help me learn more about things I enjoy and get rid of things that frustrate me? So those are the two main motivators. Dr. Moto says, OAuth if time. Yeah, we're not going to be doing, we won't have time for OAuth today. I can already tell you that. We're just going to be doing basic JSON web token authentication, but you could swap it out for OAuth if you wanted fairly easily. Stout fella, no worries. Experience multiple activities. Yeah, absolutely. So that's what we're building for anybody who just popped in here recently. That's why we're doing all this stuff, is to essentially build a very lightweight version of Discord. Because, hey, we have separate channels. Oh, and that's the other thing too to to mention, is that anytime a message is broadcast, it's only broadcast to the users in that room. So it can be limited. The broadcast can be tailored to whatever bandwidth you want. Could be a broadcast to everyone, could be broadcast to administrators, could be a broadcast to just people in a particular chat room. And so there's a lot of tailoring that you can do, and you'll see a little bit of that once we start getting into the socket coding, which we're going to do now. But feel free to let me know if you have any questions on the functionality or what we're trying to implement. But here's where we're actually going to start, like I say, getting into the meat town of our particular application here. So we have this new file called app content, and you're going to see we're going to have a crap ton of imports, an absolute ton. This is, like I said, this is where the logic of our front end is going to live. So we're going to be gathering up all those components that we just built. We're going to be gathering all of them up, importing them all into this file. And we're also going to be importing the logic for socket.io itself. So our first import is going to be, we're importing React, use state, use context, and use effect. We're going to import IO from our socket.io client that we installed earlier. And then socket.io is what we're using for WebSockets. So just FYI, it's kind of it's a library that has a lot of built-in stuff, so I don't have to build WebSocket stuff manually because I don't know how. So this is my first project that I've ever done using WebSockets. So there's a lot I don't know about them. I know just enough to be dangerous, which is always the fun part. And we're also going to import our JWT decoder. Hope I installed that. It's not auto importing, so we'll see if that works. I think I installed it. We'll import our chat room list from our previous component. These should go pretty quickly because it's going to do it automatically for us. We're going to import message list, import, oops, not that, message list, import message input, import our login form, import our sign up form, and import, this is where we're going to also import our authentication context. So auth context from that component. All right. Tommy says, is this your hobbies? Yeah, this is my hobby. Yeah. Development is my, because I don't get paid for this. Is like this type of development, web development. I'm a SQL developer, is what I get paid for. That's my day job. It has nothing to do with this. So this is my hobby because I do this for fun. I don't get paid for any of this stuff. My day job is completely different than this. I agree with that, Joseph. Sometimes people appreciate the shiny, good looking and underestimate the effort put into the back end. Yeah, as a back end developer, I agree with that. All right, so the first thing, now we've done all the boring import stuff. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to initialize our socket. This tells our client, okay, where am I talking to with my socket? Um, and in our case, we're going to go ahead and set it up for port 8000, and it's just going to be localhost 8000. I think the test repo has 4000, but I want to set up different ports for this, so I'm going to do 8000 here. That's just telling our socket where the traffic is going to go, and it's going to go up to our server at localhost 8000. So our main component is going to be called app content. And we're going to be managing several state variables here. The state variables that we're going to manage are basically everything that we want to pass down into those individual components that we defined before. So stuff like, what are the rooms? What room is the user in right now? What are the messages? What are the current messages for that room? And then all those values all those authentication related values that we set inside of our auth provider before, all those are going to be passed down into here. So we'll see how that works in just a second. Now, for now, like I said before, for the room list, this is a feature that you could add if you want. I am going to be hard coding the room list, just mainly because I didn't have time to set up any kind of a feature that would allow people to create new rooms. But you can certainly set up a feature to do that if you want. So by default, I'm just going to have a list of 3 rooms: general, sports, and coding. I mean, what else is there, right? There's 3 types of people: general, sports, and coding. And then what room is the person in? Oops, that current room. For that, we're gonna have by default, we're gonna have their room be null, because if their room is null, we don't want to put them in a room. We want to just show like the room list for them to choose from, and then as soon as that state value gets populated with a room, then they will be put into that room. Joseph says, how's the database management job? I like it a lot. I've worked with databases for most of my career in one way or another, so I like databases a lot. But it is fun to just kind of, on the weekends, be a little bit more creative with these types of projects. Because not that databases aren't creative, there's a lot of creativity that goes into databases. But you can be more creative with stuff like JavaScript and do more different types of things. And then by default, we're going to set messages to be an empty array. So note the difference here. These are different declarations, right? By default, current room is just null, but messages is an empty array because we're going to populate that array with the messages we get back from the database. And the last thing here, I'm going to copy and paste this in just because I will get it wrong if I don't, but we'll explain what this is. So what we're doing here is we are using the authentication context that we previously created. Remember, inside of our context provider, auth context, we declared a bunch of authentication state variables, right? That's where we're managing all that, keeping track of that. And because it's a context provider, it can beam those state variables down to whatever component we want. In this case, we're just going to go ahead and beam them into our app content. And so we didn't need to define those variables like we did these. We're beaming them down from above and just making use of them here. So we don't need to redefine them. They've already been defined inside of our context provider, off context. They're getting beamed down in here. And the only thing we need to do in order to make that work is use context. Oh, do I have a typo? Where do I have a typo? Messages, set messages, use state. No, I think it's fine. Sorry. 15, not 16. Good catch. Thank you. Cramped room. Yeah. That's my common foible is typos. All right. So we can take these previously established state variables and just make use of them here because we set them up in context. Computers are fun, but doing your job on the weekends is less fun. Yeah, I'm actually on call this weekend. So if we're still going at 7 p.m., I'm going to have to take a pause and check some stuff because I am on call. 100 Dennis says MySQL or Postgres. I have not used MySQL, so I can't really comment on which one I like more. This is hooks. These are hooks. Yeah. So app content will be the parent component managing props and states. Our children components managing their own state. Yeah, it's a mixture. So we created this context provider off context specifically for authentication related states. And if you look in the repo, if you do exclamation point project, it'll give you a link to the repo and you can see what's in there. It's really only authentication related states because those could need to be used at many various points all throughout the app, right? We want to always be ensuring that people are logged in. Thank you for the follow, Alpnon. Thank you for the follow. So authentication is kind of a global thing, whereas in general, you want to keep state local to the component where it's needed, right? In most cases, state should be as local as possible. You want to try to avoid global state. However, in the case of authentication, it's kind of global because it's needed everywhere. So yeah, it's a mixture of most of the time. If you look in the components in the repo, you'll find that they're mostly managing their own state. However, in the specific case of authentication, we're using a context provider for that. Hope that makes sense. Class says, "Do you get called a bunch on call?" It really depends on the week. I haven't. I'm not. I'm not going to jinx it. I'm not going to jinx it. It really depends. 100 Dennis says, "Why avoid global state?" That's kind of a standard principle of React. Um, Global state, as your app gets bigger, can result in a lot of what we call prop drilling, which is where you're storing all your state at the top level. And so if you want to get something down to a child of a child of a child component, you have to pass that prop down 5 or 6 levels, and that sucks. And also it gets harder to tell like where even the logic for a value is being managed. Um, Use Vue. That's why I'm asking. Okay, yeah. The React docs are pretty good about explaining those kind of basic principles, but your props start to get cluttered. It just starts to get gnarly if you're storing everything globally. So it's kind of similar to uh, like best practices in just basic JavaScript, right? If you can use a local variable for something, you generally want to do that. You want to avoid global variables if you can. Not always possible, but so it's a similar principle, right? State variables, regular variables, similar principle. Try to keep things local if you can. Yeah, asking MySQL versus Postgres, Mavi says they're very similar. Most SQL flavors are very similar, as I've discovered. I've used several in my career, just not MySQL. Using React equals easy, optimizing React equals mess. Fair enough. All right, so let's move on. Use effects. Oh, thank you for the followers. I appreciate it. Good to have you here. So use effect. Now we finally get to start using WebSockets. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to check and see, is the user logged in? And we can do that because we're getting that information from our context provider that's keeping track of all that nonsense. QoS, thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. So if they're authenticated, we want to do a couple of different things. If they're authenticated, oh goodness, thank you for the follow, Soggy Ravioli. That's a great name. First thing we're going to do is we are going to connect the socket. So this is going to initiate that conversation with the server. As we saw before, and actually I'm going to show this again. WebSockets are a little different than standard applications because if you look at the traffic that's flowing in and out of those applications, oh, that's the wrong one. Let me reload this. If we look at the traffic that's flowing in and out, what you'll see is kind of like a ping pong match. You'll see a bunch of back and forth conversation between the WebSocket and the server. So this, here's an up, here's a message going up. The red is a message going down, and we'll see automated traffic flowing back and forth. Yeah, so there we go. So I didn't do anything, but it just added more traffic. It's automatically saying, hey, I'm talking to you. The server's saying, hey, are you there? And the client's saying, yes, I'm here. The server's saying, hey, are you there? Client says, yes, I'm here, and vice versa. So it's I think of it like ping pong, just hitting the ball back and forth. So there's a constant conversation going on between the client and the server. And there again, so it just did another check. Every few seconds it checks to see is the client live, is the server live. All right. So that's what we're doing here. We're establishing that conversation. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to set up a couple of event listeners. So we're going to set up some event listeners to listen for certain events to happen and then do a thing. So our first one is going to be pretty simple. We're going to say socket.on, which it's basically saying, hey, when this thing happens, do something else. So on connect. So when that connect event happens, then we can set up a function, and we're just going to say console log connected to server. So pretty simple. As soon as our client gets a response back from the server that says, hey, I can hear you, hello, then it'll console log connected to server. So pretty straightforward there. No worries, Laurel. Thank you. Good to have you here. Our SQL is best. Yeah. Not my SQL, it's our SQL. That's sweet. Now let's set up another listener to say, okay, what happens when somebody types a new message into the input box, they hit send, and that message is transmitted up to the server and it's saved to the database. So what happens when that happens? Well, what we want to do is we want to make sure that that new message is appended to the list of previous messages that's already there, right? So in our chat box, it's essentially just adding our new message to the list. Now, instead of doing a whole another fetch up to the database to get the whole new list again, we don't have to do that because we have all of these messages already stored in state variables. So when our WebSocket tells us, when our WebSocket says, hey, there's a new message, somebody has entered a new message, the server has received it and written it to the database, all we need is the text of the message itself, and then we can append that to what's already in our state variable. So we can just say set messages, take the existing list of previous messages, that's already stored in state, and add it to the list. Message, previous messages. So all this is doing is it's taking what's already in our message storage, expanding it out into an array, and then putting our new message at the front of that array. And if you remember, this is what we talked about before, right? Um, in our in the way chat apps generally behave, the new message is at the bottom, right? And the way we're pulling this information out of the database, it's a little funky. You'll see once we get to the server side and we actually do the query, but we need to add this message to the front of the array so that it shows up properly in the display of the chat app itself. Joseph99 says, is new message a predefined event? That's a great question. We are going to define that event. We are going to set up what we call an emitter. And we'll see one here in just a second. And that'll give some more information on what that is. But we're going to set up an emitter on the server side, which is going to literally broadcast new message, new message. And as soon as our client hears that, and it specifically says new message, then it's going to trigger this event. But that's a great question. Frankly says, won't there be a firewall on both ends saying no when setting up this comment? How to avoid cores? We can use cores to get around any of those built-in security features. All right, I'm going to set up one more event listener here. And this one is going to be listening for previous messages. So as soon as a user joins a room, we want to display for them all of the history, right? Before they even enter a message, we want to make sure all that message history is displayed so they know what they're talking about when they start, putting their own information in there. And so when they join a room, we're going to set up another emitter on the server side. The server is going to go retrieve all of the previous message history up to a certain point. It's going to emit that history, broadcast it, and say, hey, got some previous messages for you, boss. And the client's going to say, oh, previous messages. And it's going to grab them down. And what it's going to do there is it's just going to update our state variable, set previous messages. Did I put that? Oh, I didn't. Did I miss that state variable? Oh, no, sorry. It's set. It's just set messages. My bad. Set messages with just the previous message. Okay. So here we're not adding anything to it. We're just showing the existing list of previous messages. And I think I have an extra bracket in there. Yes. Okay. So if they're authenticated, we're going to do all those things. If they're not, we don't do any of it. If they're not authenticated, what we want to do is not allow any socket traffic at all. So if they're not authenticated, we're going to immediately disconnect them. And we just say socket disconnect. So for example, if they're logging in, if they haven't, if they're going to the app for the first time and they haven't logged in, we don't want to start sending any traffic back and forth until they actually log in, because there's nothing that they need to talk to the server about until they've logged in. If they say just close the browser, but they're still logged in, so I'm logged in, I'm chatting, I close the browser, I go to lunch, I come back, I'm still logged in, and so then we can go ahead and have that connection be active. All right. And then the last part of our use effect here is the return. All right, let me confirm. I think I have my parentheses wrong again. Oh, no, it's fine. We're good. Okay. Joseph says, I guess there's no previous messages state. No, it's all just being stored in it's all just being stored in messages, because there's really one list of messages. If we look at the app, it's just this. There's one list of messages, and then there's no previous messages state, because there doesn't have to be. Anytime a new message comes in, we just take the existing message list, we spread it apart, we add the new message to it, and then that becomes the message list. So I hope that makes sense why that is the way it is. Frankly, we actually haven't set up anything related to cores yet because that's on the server side. So we'll see what that looks like in a minute. But yeah, all the core stuff is handled on the server side. It basically just gets around all the security features that are trying to stop malicious traffic. Um, and then as soon as the operation is done, we want to turn off that traffic so you don't have multiple transmissions trying to go that never get closed. So as soon as the action for connect, new message, and previous message is done, we just turn off those sockets. Because when I didn't do this previously, what I was seeing is I was having like multiple transmissions that were just never closed, like they were never resolved. And so once they are resolved, we want to make sure they're switched off. All right, and then the last thing here we need to do is we need to close out our use effect. So if you recall, we talked about use effect before, but if you just joined us, you might not have heard it. So use effect is a hook. It's a React hook. It's primarily used when you want a when you want an event to trigger based on something very specific. So by default, use effect will trigger on render. When the component renders, use effect will fire. Um, but it won't fire again unless you give it a specific condition to fire on, like a specific reason to fire. Um, oh, I'll check that typo in just a second. Yes, thank you for that. So in this case, we do have a specific condition where we want this event to fire again, and that's on when is authenticated changes. And by that, I mean when a user logs in, when a user logs out, that will cause a change in the value of our is authenticated state. So when they log in, that flips to true. When they log out, it flips to false. So each time that happens, we want this behavior to occur. We want to enable these event listeners. As soon as they log in, enable the event listeners. If they are not logged in, if they've just logged out, disconnect the socket. And so these are things that we want to turn on and off depending on whether or not they're authenticated. Yeah, so that's what this is doing here. That's the dependency. Yeah, I think I'm just missing a parenthesis. I always do. The regular occurrence with me. Oops, where is the parenthesis that I'm missing? Okay, open close parenthesis. Open close parenthesis there. Open close parenthesis there. So we're getting messages after connecting to the socket. Yeah. So we connect to the socket first, we listen for transmissions, and we enable all of these event listeners to listen for specific types of message, right? Yeah. Use effect needs, yeah, that's what I've added here. Yeah. So normally you might be used to seeing this empty because a lot of the times use effects don't have. Oh, am I missing a oh yeah, you're right. I'm just missing a close on my component here. Yeah, there we go. That fixed it. Cool. Yeah, I just my component didn't have a close bracket, so all good. Yeah. Okay, so that's all we need for this. This might be still a little bit like what is actually happening here, but hopefully it'll make more sense once we set up the server side and you'll see what's being transmitted out to the client. So use effect, once again, checking if they're authenticated, it activates the socket. It sets up all these event listeners. If they're not authenticated, it will disconnect them from the socket. And then after these operations are done, it shuts off, after the connect, the new message, all that stuff is done, it shuts off those sockets and then, reactivates them whenever they're needed again. Each time authentication changes, it does another check and sees, all right, do we need these event listeners? If they're logged in, if they're not logged in, we don't need them. And so remove them. That's all that's happening here. So now we can make some more standard kind of functions to handle login, sign up, and log out. And these are all going to be very similar. So first off, let's do our login handler. Call this handle login. And that's going to take a token value and a username value from our context provider, from our authentication context provider. And once they log in, as soon as they do that, we want to go ahead and save that token in local storage. So we're going to say local storage dot set item. We're going to call it token, and that's where we're going to save the token value. And then we're also going to update the state value for that token as well. So we're not only storing it in local storage, we're also holding it in local state. Now, this is probably overkill. It was mostly just me trying to make sure I was covering all my bases as far as where I needed to retrieve things, but I'm sure this could be optimized. It's not the most, streamlined implementation at the moment. So we're storing it in two places, essentially. We're storing it in state, we're storing it in local storage. But this does facilitate the ability for us to do things like closing the browser, even stopping the application and still being able to retrieve that token value from local storage. Because even if I close the browser, I stop the application, whatever, that the token and username are still retrievable from our local storage. All right. So next thing we're going to do is we're going to set username. And we're going to pass in the username value there. Hey, Joffrey, welcome. And when they log in, we want to set is authenticated to true. As soon as they log in, because when they log in, what's happening, there's a couple of things. We're not just flipping this value because we can. There's a couple different things that are happening here. And once we've put out all the logic, still every day, thank you for the follow. Once we finish with the logic, we'll walk through it and kind of how it works. But what we're doing here is as soon as they click the login, we're sending a request up to the server. The server is checking to see if that username and password are valid. It's checking against the database. It's validating the token. It's validating it's validating the username. It's validating the password. It's sending a response back down to the client saying, "Yep, I found this person. They're good. Everything matches. Proceed with login." So we're not just flipping this value just arbitrarily. The first thing we're doing is the component itself sending a fetch request up to the server saying, "Hey, is this a real person? Did they get it right? Did they use the right credentials?" Server says, "Yep, you're good." Sends a response, and then that response is what's being passed into this function here. Okay. So assuming this is successful, then they're authenticated, said authenticated to true. Now, let's see. Handle sign up is next. It's going to be similar. We're again going to be taking in a token and a username. We set the local storage set item token, set item username, set username, set authentication equals true. So essentially these behave exactly the same way. It could be the same function for both, but for clarity's sake, I made them separate. Now the last thing is logout. And this one is slightly different. So I'll still copy and paste here, but call this handle logout. And essentially what we need to do here is we want to make sure everything is reset. So, oops. So we don't need to pass anything in because essentially all we're doing is we're just wiping the slate clean. So based on what we did, based on the things that we set and we did in sign up and login, what do you think we're going to want to reverse or change for the logout function? I'll clear this out. What are some of the things we're going to want to clean up when somebody logs out to prevent, extra data just floating around, or bad state variables hanging out there? I haven't asked a question in a while, so I got to keep you on your toes. Remove the local storage. Sure, absolutely. Yep. What else? We can say local storage dot remove item token. And what else are we going to want to undo? Set, yeah, authentication, absolutely. Set is authentication to false. Yep. Is authenticated false. RMR. Dude says auth. We don't really need to do anything with that because we're clearing the token. So close connection. We're actually already doing that. So up here in our use effects, if they're not authenticated, we disconnect them. So we're handling that already. We don't need to do that down here. We're handling the disconnect already up in our use effect. Clear up use effect. I think it's a third parameter. Maybe I just didn't do that. I thought that I didn't know there was a third parameter to use effect. So there you go. The other thing that we need to do, is clear our tokens. So we're just going to say, our state values for set token and for set username. So that's the other thing, is the state. Set token null and set, essentially just setting it back to default, what it was before we did anything with it. Oh, and actually, no, you're right. The disconnect, yeah, I did have disconnect down here too. I apologize. I thought we were already handling it up there. But yeah, I have another disconnect down here. I don't remember if that was necessary or if I just added it for thoroughness. But yes, no, you're absolutely right. Frankly, I apologize. Forgot I had that in there. Okay. Joseph says, does that mean if the user signed up, they'll become logged in and authenticated automatically? Yes, correct. And yes, you're exactly right, Renitz. We already, yep, we're resetting these state variables back to their initial null values. Yep. All right, so that's the basic log in, log out, sign up. Now, next thing is, no, never mind. I meant event listeners for use effect, but I don't think it's necessary. So we are doing that. We're turning those off. We're turning those off here. Yeah. Okay, so next thing is for our other function that we need is when they join. So the basic stuff was log in, log out, sign up, basic stuff. But another thing that our app needs to be able to do is help people join a room, right? So as soon as they click on one of the buttons in our room list up here, it needs to take them to that room and display the component for the room, pull down all the previous messages, that kind of thing, put them in that location, and also set them as, sort of tag them as being in that location, in state as well. This is going to become important because if you think about it, the server is going to need to know what room they're in order to broadcast, in order to tell whether or not to broadcast a message to them, right? If they're in the coding room, they don't need to get any messages that are for the people in the sports room. We need to keep that separate. So the server needs to know what room they're in as well. So we're gonna have a function for that. And this is the first time where we're gonna see the other type of socket request that we can do. So join room, we're gonna be passing in whatever room they clicked on. We captured that value in the component itself. We had an event. We're listening for on click on those buttons, listening for on clicks, and then as soon as they click that, we pass the value of whatever they clicked on into this join room function. We set the current room as whatever one they clicked on, and then we also need to transmit that up to our server. So this time we're going to say socket.emit. So we're not listening here, we're broadcasting. We're saying, hey, server, bro, join room. Someone has joined a room. So that's our message type. We're saying, hey, join room occurred. And then we give the server what room they joined. And we can see that behavior inside of our network traffic here. So if I'm going to switch rooms here, I'm going to go to sports. And there you go. As soon as I click the sports button in my network traffic, you can see the message being transmitted up to the server. Our socket said, hey, join room occurred. And then the server responds, okay, I received your join room. And it shoots back down a list of all the previous messages for that room. So request, response. That's what's happening here. Now it's a little hard to see, but this is literally just a giant array of the previous messages that it's displaying here. Frankly said, would the messages be sent with some sort of built-in encryption as most HTTPSs are? That's a good question. I think this traffic that we're doing here is unencrypted, which obviously isn't the best. But I'm sure there are ways to encrypt it. I just don't know. I've only been using WebSockets for less than 24 hours now. So, yes, I'm sure there are definitely ways to make that traffic encrypted and safe. So that's join room. We're emitting that. And then the next function we're going to do is similar. We're going to be emitting another thing. So when someone types a message into the message box in the app, we need to, again, broadcast that message up to the server so the server can store it in the database, and then so we can display it back in the app. So before they send anything, again, we're going to do another check and make sure that this person is who they are supposed to be. So we're going to say, if they have a token, we want to validate that token. We want to validate that token. Essentially, what we're going to do is we're going to take the token that they have stored. So whatever token is stored in local storage, we're going to take that. We're going to decode it. We're going to extract the user ID. Somebody was mentioning earlier in the stream about that, like, using user ID from the token itself. And that's what we're doing here. So we're going to say, all right, if they have a token, what's in that token? Decoded token. We can use a built-in function called JWT decode. And what we're going to do with that is we're going to extract the user ID. Thank you for the follow, Tsai8. And then we're going to transmit that along with the message up to the server. So if they don't have a token, none of this will be allowed to happen. If they do, that token needs to match against the user that's already in the database. So it's just another check. We're already making sure that they're authenticated, but in this case, we're actually taking their token and we're making sure that we're tying the right message to the right person. Oh, thank you, Tsai8. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. So we're translating what room they're in. Oops. And then that's wrong. User ID. There we go. We're translating we're transmitting what room they're in. We're transmitting the message, and we're transmitting their user ID. So we'll be checking that against the database, making sure it matches a valid user. We'll go ahead and save all that data to the database so that we can then transmit it back down and display it in the app. Wolf Town, another wolf. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Joseph says validation if user is allowed to send messages in that channel. Yeah, you could have a separate like permissions. You could have a separate permissions collection in your database um, to grant certain users certain roles for certain rooms. That wouldn't be too hard to implement, I don't think. And you would just check that, you would just check that user against the roles list and make sure that it matched the roles list for that room. Yeah, it would just, you would need to set up a different collection for that, I think, but it wouldn't be too terribly hard. You already have all the information that you would need. So, and and if the user doesn't have a token, they aren't authenticated, so they can't send a message. So none of this matters, and it just doesn't do anything. Um, so again, it's just more layers of security. Not that this app is particularly secure, but just more things to think about, right? All right, now we finally get to render out basically all these components together and determine what components show up where. Oh wow, a server wow, was they could read all the perps messages. It wasn't secure. Wow, that's amazing. That's wild. Joseph says, can that be done in JWT? Uh, yeah, I mean it's all the same principles, just applied in a different way. Um, you just your token already contains the user ID. You could just decode it using JWT decoder. Get the user ID, check it against the collection on the database side, in your server, check that against the collection, say, hey, is this user in the list of people that can send messages in this room? And then if they are, then let them send the message. Yeah, wouldn't be too difficult, I don't think. All right, so now this is our primary like GUI that we're going to be putting together here. So we'll have a div, and that div has to have a class name of app. That's just standard. And first off, we're going to do yet another check and say, all right, is the user authenticated? If they are, then we're going to show them essentially we're going to show them the room list. So for example, this user right here, they're logged in. So we're going to show them their name, their username, a logout button, the list of chat rooms. And then once they join them, obviously this stuff will be displayed. But before they do, it's really just this part. So if they're authenticated, then, oops, that's the right. Come on. All right, if they're authenticated, then we're going to have an empty bracket. And does anybody remember why we need an empty bracket? All right, so the first thing at the top is going to be welcome, and then their username. And after that, we'll just have our logout button. Fragments. Yeah, it's a fragment. Exactly. Yep. Now, in this case, it's because, in general, in return statements in React, you aren't allowed to have more than one parent tag. So there should only be, like in a return statement, there should only be one base tag. And I'm trying to remember. I know this isn't at like the base level of the return statement. Fun with fragments, yeah. I know this isn't at the base level of the return statement. I'm thinking there's something that has to do with um, oh yeah, that's right. Because essentially, if they're authenticated, we want to return all of these things: the welcome statement, the button, the room list, everything. We want to return it as a unit. And so, in order for that to occur, we need an empty fragment here to wrap the whole thing. So, welcome username, and then on click, and we will take another break here shortly. But I want to finish with this UI before we do. So when they click the button, we're going to call that handle log out function. log out. There we go. And then below that, we'll go ahead and introduce our chat room list component. And that's a single tag. Come on. So below that, we're going to have our chat room list component. And in order for that component to render, it needs two props. And so those two props, if you don't remember, you can look in the component itself and see what it expects. It expects rooms and the join room function, right? Because it needs to not only render the buttons for each room, it also needs to render the function that the user clicks when they click the button. So that's what we need to pass into that component. All right, so welcome username, chat room list. We need to pass in two things. So the prop called rooms is just going to be equal to the room list. And join room is going to be equal to our join room function. Pass both of those things down as props. And then the next thing, oh, it's okay, Joseph, no worries. You can watch the recording later. It's recorded, it's available, right here on the channel under the videos tab. Whenever, yeah, no worries. Don't lose sleep. Now, if the user has clicked on a room, then the join room function will have been called. As a reminder, what that is doing. So join room function will have been called with the room value passed in. And when join room is called, it sets our state value to whatever room they're in. So that now this room state has a room name in it, and it's populated, it has something in it. And so if it has something in it, if current room has something in it, it's truthy, right? We talked about that before. If it has something in it, it's truthy. And then if it is, we want to essentially return all the room data. Come on. So that's what's happening here. If current room has something in it, it's truthy. This evaluates to true. And so then we can display the message list, the message box, all those different components that we already set up. So H1, you can say current room, current room. And I do know I got to follow. I'm going to see who followed me in just a moment. So if they're in the room, we want to display the message list along with all the messages that we are going to get back from the server. We pass those in as props, and then they get rendered out in the component. And then message input is the other one, which just displays the input box. And so into that one as a prop, we want to pass the function for send message. That allows that component to call that function and send a message up to the server. And I know this, if you're not familiar with React, this probably sounds a little wonky, right? Like, what is even happening here? No worries, Joseph. Have a good evening. And so you might be like, wait, what the frick is happening here? I'm so confused. Essentially, what we're doing is we're defining functions at the parent level, and we're passing them down into their child components as props. And the reason we're doing that is because we're consolidating the logic for all these server interactions at the app level. That's where we're utilizing our socket IO connection. And so any of that socket logic, any communication with the server is going to be happening up top. You read and is bad? No. It has its use, right? Think about this. What's the difference between the ampersand, double ampersand, or what is that called? What's the name for it? I always just think of it as the double ampersand, but what's the official name? Closure? Is it a closure or what is it? Somebody tell me. Pop quiz. I forget what it's called. Killing me. Somebody Google it. It's a special thing. It's a special thing. It has a specific name. It's not just a conditional. What is the ampersand ampersand? It's gonna kill me if I don't know. Mm, mm, it has a name. Anyway, double ampersand. Um, logical and maybe that's it. I feel like it has a snappier name. Um, yeah. So how this works, what the double ampersand is often used for is when you do not have a false condition for the thing you are trying to evaluate. So they have, um, you know, they have different use cases. Um, it turns a thing new, yeah, yeah. So they have different use cases. In this case, we really we're making a very sort of explicit. We have a very explicit result that we want. Um, if current room is populated, then do this thing. Otherwise, nothing should happen. Simply just do not execute. We want nothing returned. We want nothing to occur. And so, actually, in the React documentation, what you'll find is I think that you'll often find double ampersand being used to determine whether a component should be displayed or no action should be taken. So that's the difference between that and a ternary, right? In this case, either display this or take zero action. Um, maybe it is a logical conjunction. Yeah, maybe it is. Yeah. So that's it. This is a very specific action that we're trying to accomplish here, right? If this exists, display this stuff. If it does not, no action. And in DN Bull, I'm curious whether you're referring to basic JavaScript there or React. Yeah, exactly. As Domi says, it's a very important and very commonly used condition in React from what I've seen. But you know, and I guess from what the official documents say, but maybe it's who knows. It's not always we know that JavaScript and React are not often holding hands with best practices. Maybe so. Yeah, but that's why we're using it here. Okay, let's see what. All right, and the reason, but also too, somebody asked earlier, the reason why did we wrap these in parentheses? It's because this is actually a big ternary. So why are these in parentheses? Because it's a giant ternary, and so I filled in the other half of that here to hopefully show you what that is. Essentially, we're saying, all right, are they authenticated? Yes. Then do all this stuff, which could be either showing the room list or showing the room list and all the message data. But if they're not logged in, then instead we want to show them the login form and the sign up form. I'm just going to drop those in there because I know we're itching for a break. So um, essentially, if they're not logged in, just show them the login form and the sign up form. And you could add some additional logic here to display, have a buttons to show like login versus sign up or something like that. I didn't bother with that. It's not important. But anyway, that'll render these components if they're not logged in. Okay. So that's pretty much it for our app content component. I'm going to export it. I'm going to remember this time. Export app content. Another case to use, not to use ampersand is if the condition is undefined, you get an error in prod. Okay, yeah, that's a good point as well. In this particular case, for this specific component here, we pretty much know what state it's going to be in at any given point because we're declaring it in our state. So we already know what it's going to start out as, and we know it can only be a set list of values, right? So it can either, because of the way we've declared our state, I think we're always going to be safe there to use those double ampersands, but that's an important consideration. And this is where state comes in handy, right? Because we can control how that room value is initialized, right? So we can control not only how that room value is initialized, but also what those potential values could be. And so in that case, I think it's very safe to use double ampersand, but I get what you're saying there. No, no, no. It's good to have the discussion and understand some of the potential risk factors in using it as well. Absolutely. This is an important discussion to have. Watch me Xcode says, is there an actual pattern to name handle functions? Can I just do set login instead? I was having a convo with an engineer on my team and couldn't agree on something. So from what I've seen, now I'm no expert at React, but from what I've seen, the convention is that when you are declaring an event handler, the function that is doing the handling should be called handle whatever. I'm curious to hear what folks I'm curious to hear what folks think as far as that. I mean, that's my understanding is that if you have an event handler, which is, and then the function that's doing the handling should be named handle the thing, you know. Coalescing, a nullish coalescing operator. Yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah. But so to answer your question, I think that's what I've heard. But like I said, with most things in JavaScript, most things in React, there's lots of ways you can do things differently and break rules and it still works. That's the fun part, right? I use handle because React told me to, but at work that usually doesn't happen. Yeah, and that's a good point, right? Your workplace is going to have certain conventions, certain code standards, which may not, which may not match what the documentation says to do. And sometimes you just got to roll with it. It's a fun pattern in React, yeah. Okay, we're done with this, I think. And essentially, we're done with our front end. We have finished all this stuff. Hey, Anna Sarah, good to see you. Woo! Yeah. All right. I do want to double check my imports here real quick. I want to check off context and make sure I've got all the imports in place. But after the break, we're gonna move to the back end, and the back end is much smaller, much smaller than the front end. We really just have a server on the back end and some very small models that are talking to the database. So you've made it through the hard part. Let's see. I think we're good there. I feel like I'm missing an import somewhere. App content, check app.js. I think I'm missing one. Yeah, I'm missing one here. I knew I was missing one. So if you're following along, go into app.js. We're going to need to import a couple more, well, just one more thing here. Make sure that you import app content into your app.js since now we finished building it. So I knew I was missing one. Okay, now we should be good. Yeah. All right. So 5 minute break, and then we move to the back end, which I'll just go ahead and give you a sneak peek here. The back end is really, yeah, like I say, it's really just the server.js and then three mongoose models or schemas for the data we're actually writing to the database. Okay. Yay, back end. Yay, back end fans. All right, break time, 5 minutes. When we come back, set up our server.js, wire it up, switch it on, and see if it works. That's a big if. All right. Eat, please. Okay, 5 minutes. Yeah, take care of yourself during the break. Okay, folks, we got about a minute left in the break. So get your water, pet your dog, do a little stretch, and then come on back. Alrighty, welcome back, folks. I hope everybody's excited about the back end, loves it as much as I do. All right, Deanne Bull says, I also learned a couple of months ago that there is a WebSocket API and saw it on MDM. Yeah, there's lots of different ways to make use of WebSockets. And really, in the end, I just had to pick one. Um, and I know that Socket.io is not the newest, way to backend is best. Socket.io is maybe not the newest way to utilize WebSockets, but it did seem to have a fair history behind it, so that's why I picked that one. OT man, thank you so much for the follow. Also, Dark Adepti, I apologize. I think I missed your follow earlier. Thank you for the follow, Dark Adepti. Okay, back in time. So, as you recall, I've got both my back end and my front end here as folders. So I'm going to close up my front end and I'm going to expand the back end. And yes, so CORS is a security feature. It's cross-origin site requests. I always remember it as cross-origin site requests, although apparently, yeah, the actual abbreviation is cross-origin resource sharing. But I always remember it as cross-origin site requests. Yeah, and so it's essentially indicating origins other than its own from which a browser should permit loading resources, and it's a security feature. So Chrome will warn you if you don't have CORS enabled. Chrome will warn you, and it will block requests. So that's why we're going to be using it on our backend. All right, I'm going to close all these things that I have open here to kind of clear things up a little bit. Oop, 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 oop. There we go. All right, now in the back end, it's thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. You're having a good day. In the back end, I'm going to go ahead and create a folder for my models. So that's where we're just going to be putting all of our Mongoose models that we're going to be using to talk to the database. And then I'm also going to just go ahead and create a server.js file. So inside of my root folder for the backend, I'm going to create a new file called server.js. And a lot of the things that you're going to see in our server.js are going to be very familiar to you if you have built, if you've ever built a full stack Node app before. You're going to see a lot of familiar stuff here, or an Express app, I should say. You're going to see a lot of familiar stuff. But then obviously we're going to be adding some more things with the socket communications and all that. All right, models, server. Okay, perfect. Dr. Moto says use bun. I have not found any issues with just using npm and all that stuff. Nobody's given me a good use case of why I should switch, so I'm gonna keep using the one that most people are using. It's quite fun. All right, so on our server, we're gonna start out with a heck of a lot of imports. Rather than typing all of those out, I'm going to copy and paste, and I highly suggest that you do too. Head on over to the repo, _project in chat if you need a link to that repo. Head on over there, hit up the server.js, and just copy and paste these guys. Got it. Don't put that on yourself to type all those out. However, we are going to talk through what each of them are. So first off, .env. What is .env for? Y'all should know this. What is .env for? Why do we need it? env variables, yeah, env files, yep. Yeah, and then the reason that we need environment variables is for hiding sensitive info. Yeah. Dr. Moda says, doesn't Node already come with env reading now? What was it that does? React can. React can do it without you having to install anything. So if you have environment variables on your client side, React comes with env built in. But I'm not aware that Node does. If I'm wrong, do let me know. But React can natively read environment variables. But we aren't using React right now. We're using just a regular old Node server. Yes. Is it so we don't need .env anymore? Okay. All right. The more you know. Good to know. Well, I've already installed it, so I'm going to leave it here, but I will definitely test that out. What a time to be alive, indeed. All right, so Express, obviously, Express helps us build our servers more efficiently and faster with less code. HTTP, I'll show you why we need this in just a second. But you might be like, what the frick? Why do I need to install that? Or why do I need to require that? Yeah. Socket.io, obviously, that's what we're using for our WebSocket stuff. Cores, as frankly posted before, cross-origin site requests. So I'm going to keep calling it that. I know it's the wrong abbreviation, but it makes sense to me. Mongoose. Mongoose is going to help us talk to MongoDB more efficiently, and it's also going to allow us to build schemas, blueprints for passing data into the database so it always keeps the same structure. If you're not familiar with Mongoose, it's a very helpful tool to use when you're interacting with MongoDB. Um, chat room. This is essentially, these are going to be all of the various models that we're going to be building. So chat room, message, and user. Those are going to be 3 models that we're going to be building for Mongoose that are going to contain a schema, a blueprint for the types of data we're saving with the database. JWT is JSON Web Token, and bcrypt is how we're going to make our passwords secure and store them safely in the database so that even if someone does get access to the database, they won't get access to the unhashed or just plain text passwords. I don't know if y'all do y'all remember a few years ago now there was that big Target breach. Well, there's been all sorts of breaches, right, all the time. For some reason, people are always saving passwords in plain text in databases when there's literally absolutely no excuse. If I can just go and install a simple tool like bcrypt, which can, do all sorts of hashing to whatever degree I want on these passwords to store them in a safer manner. So I don't know, it always blows my mind when I hear about these plain text breaches because, like, man, anybody off the street can come in and install something like bcrypt, customize it, make it as complex as they want, and store those passwords that way. So it just blows my mind. Salt, hash, and scramble, baby. Yeah. So first thing we're going to do, pretty standard, we're going to say const app equals express. And next thing we're going to do is a little something different, something we don't normally do. And I'll talk about this in a sec. We're going to say const server equals http dot create server and then app. You might be like, wait a minute, aren't we going to be doing an app.listen later on, which is going to automatically spin up the server for us? Yes, we are. But we also need a place for our WebSocket traffic to travel. So in parallel to this standard, server talking to the database and, the standard like fetch requests and stuff like that, the standard HTTP traffic that we're used to, we also need to make it so that our WebSocket traffic can flow alongside it. So, kind of like a multi-lane highway or 2 parallel roads. We want that traffic to be able to travel the same route. So we need to specify that for our WebSocket. So I'm going to say const io equals socket io. Say, all right, socket io traffic, you're going to be traveling on this server as well. Set our cores. And that tells that traffic where to flow. Oh no. Educated Savage says, about to start work with a team that has a credentials.json file in their repo. Seriously? At work, we have a central password like area, but it's in like a tool, like a specific like password storage safe tool. So everybody can access it, but it's not. Oh my gosh, that's terrible. Yeah, we have it in it's in a tool that's like has all sorts of security protections, and that's the only way that if you're an authorized user and you've got all these things going on. only then can you even see the passwords. Um, yeah, that's insane. Oh my gosh, it's not even encrypted. It's a private repo, but yeah, one data breach and they're screwed. Cripes. Man, that's nuts. Yeah, we don't have any passwords anywhere outside of like our local network at work. None of that. No passwords are ever sent or stored remotely at my work. It's all in a local, it's a protected area that's protected by multiple security features for the network, and then also protected by additional local security features where only specific users can even access the password location. So that's bonkers. Wow. Okay. All right. Next, let's go ahead and set up our middleware. Um, so we're anytime you're handling form data, you're going to need to make sure that you're able to parse the JSON that gets sent up from the form. Since we are handling some form data here, we need to make sure that we're parsing that JSON out. Also, going to set up our cores. That is middleware because it's inserting itself into messages as the traffic travels back and forth. I almost died. Oh, that's so amazing. Uh, Next up, we're going to have our MongoDB connection string. Now, I'm going to assume that folks here know where to find that. If you don't, please say so in chat and I will show you. But otherwise, I'm going to assume that folks do know where to find that. I'm going to paste it right here. This is not, obviously, it doesn't have my credentials in it. We're gonna store those in an env file, and I'm not going to show you that. But I will show you the general string. So the general string, is obviously what you get out of MongoDB, your cluster. And then the most important part is that you specify the name of the database where you want this app to live. So if you do not, it will be saved in the database under the name test. So I've named mine chat app. I'm going to create a new database for this project. I'm going to call it chat app demo, just so we can, start writing messages from scratch. I've got a lot of junk in there right now in the existing database. So we're just going to make a new one, start fresh. So that'll write to a new database. My passwords are commented out in index.html. Oh, yeah. All right. Do speak up if you don't know where to find this connection string. I'm happy to show you. It's no problem for me. So do let me know. I am expiring. All right. And so while we're thinking about it, let's also go ahead and create our .env file. So in my backend app here, just at the root of my backend app, I'm going to create a new file called .env. And inside of there, I'm going to save my username and password. So bear with me for one moment while I do that. And you should do the same thing. Right? I have done so. So I've saved my username under the variable name Mongo username, Mongo underscore username, and my password under Mongo underscore password. Then that will be inserted into this connection string when we connect to Mongo. All right. Oh, and I missed a follow. Deep Elements. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Man, y'all. I'm almost up to 6,700 followers. That's friggin' wild. Right now it's 6669, which is a fun combination of numbers. I dig it. So, Neutrino taking it over the hump. Ah, thank you, Neutrino. So now we've set up our URL, our connection string, so we can go ahead and do our Mongoose Connect. And I'm actually just gonna copy and paste this in. We've all done this before, but nothing really unusual there. Mongoose Connect, pass in the URL, and then once it's connected, console log connected to MongoDB Atlas. If there's a problem, catch the error and console log the error. So no problem there, nothing unusual. I did use so you can use a try catch block here and async await. Uh, I realized I haven't used like standard promise syntax in a while, so I challenged myself to see if I could remember how to do it because I've been using async await for most things. Only got it wrong like 4 or 5 times, so go me. And then managed to put together this function. So that was a personal preference. Feel free to use async await with try catch if you. Now we get to the fun bit. Um, now, if you recall, on our client side, we originally did and um, we originally did like the transmitting. We did it with a few different things with WebSockets. We set up some event listeners, right? And we even set up a couple of emitters that are broadcasting certain messages, right? That are letting the server know, hey, things are happening, things are going on down here. You need to be ready to give us back something else. For example, when a user joins a room, right? We broadcast that up from the server. We tell them what room they joined, and then the server sends back all the previous messages for that room. And so now we're going to set up the other half of that, right? We need to have, for all the event listeners that we set up on the client side, we need to have emitters on the server side. And then for any emitters that we set up on the client side, we need to have listeners on the server side. So we need to have matching pairs of all of these actions that we're setting up. Okay? So similar to the client side, we're going to say on connection. On connection, we're going to get what socket they connected to. And first thing we're going to do is we're going to say new client connected. We want to print that in the console. That's really just for debugging. That doesn't, you don't need to do that, but it just it kind of shows it when you're logging on and logging off. If you want to make sure that that connection is being opened and closed and double check that that's working, then the console log is very helpful. Okay. Now a listener, because on our client side, again, like I mentioned, we set up an emitter that's broadcasting join room, somebody has joined a chat room. So here is our listener for that. When join room is received, come on, async. We're going to have async function. Going to do a couple different things. First thing it's going to do is it's going to join the room. So we're going to say socket.join room. And what's happening here is um, it's essentially putting that client into a group of people that the socket identifies are in that particular room. So thank you for the follow, Lawrence. Sorry, Lawrence. Thank you for the follow. So essentially, it's putting them in a specific group, and so now any messages that are meant for that room will go to that group of people. It's identifying, oh, hey, this person needs to receive any messages that are directed at the general group or the coding group or the sports group. So it's assigning them to that particular group. Now we go and hit up the database and we say const messages. We await. Looking inside. So we go hit up the databases. We go hit up the database. We await looking in the message collection. See what messages we can find for that particular room. So inside of our message object in the database, we're going to have a particular room that each message belongs to. Just get all the messages for that room, and I'll show you guys too, so it's not abstract. I'll show you what that looks like. Dude, where's my promise? All right, so if I look inside of my existing database for this application, zoom out here a little bit, we can see that For each of these items, for each of these messages, it does have a room value. So I can query the database for everything that's in that room and just return that back. Got the room, it's got the content, and it has a reference to the user. And we'll talk about this more when we go into the building the schema for it. But what's happening here, what this is doing. But here's the unique ID for the message itself. But we also have this other ID. Now, if you're familiar, I'm curious if anybody's familiar with relational databases. In relational database terms, what might we call this here? Like this is a primary key, right? What might you call this if you're familiar with relational databases? Yeah, as Copperly says, it's a foreign key. Yeah, essentially a foreign key. We're referencing another external thing, not a table because we're working in a document database, but we're referencing in another something else somewhere else that allows us to tie those two things together. In this case, we're tying the user and the user's information to this particular message. But anyway, the first thing we're doing is when they join a room, we want to get all the messages for that room. And then the next thing we want to do is curate that a little bit. First thing we're going to do is we're going to sort it. We want to sort it by timestamp, which makes sense, right? We want to make sure the messages are in the proper order. So we're going to sort it in descending order. That's what the -1 means. We want to sort it in descending order. We can say timestamp -1. And then I'm also adding a limit. So it's only going to get the 15 most recent messages. And that's really just for like GUI related reasons. There's other ways you could do this. You could have it be like in a box where the user can scroll and see the history forever. Or you could even have it so the user scrolls to a certain point and then it does another fetch and it gets more messages so they can scroll farther. I see that a lot in a lot of applications. Is you'll get to a certain point, it'll pause for a second, do another fetch against the database, get more messages, and you can keep scrolling. But in this for this particular app, I chose to do a hard limiter on it. You could choose to modify this so it's more flexible, definitely. So sort in reverse order, get the 15 most recent messages. The last thing we want to do is we want to add another field to this. Well, I guess we're not adding another field. We're substituting a field. And we're in that place, we are putting the person's username. And you might say, well, why are we doing that? Don't we already have a reference to the user? Hi, Nicole Fishman. Welcome. Coming in with a splash, are we? We're not using TypeScript because a lot of my viewers aren't familiar with it, and we're already introducing some new topics today. We're introducing WebSockets. We're introducing doing some more advanced things with React, and so TypeScript is just another layer on top of it. I would have to disagree. I like JavaScript a lot, and I'm a SQL dev by day. So I would suggest keeping an open mind to all possible tools. I like TypeScript too, but I have no problem with using JavaScript or SQL or even Visual Basic, man. I mean, you can do fun things in any language you want. But yes, there are definite risks with JavaScript, which is why TypeScript exists at all, right? Why does TypeScript even exist? Because JavaScript does stuff like that. Exactly. You're not wrong. Although I would suggest that, only a Sith deals in absolutes, right? So keep an open minded to various tools and how they can be beneficial. But yes, it's a good idea to know TypeScript. Anyway, we just finished. So we got our messages. We're sorting by timestamp. We're limiting to 15 messages, and then we are and then we're populating this user field. Now, I was just explaining why that's happening. Why do we have to do this? Because there's already a user field. It has stuff in it. Why do we need to populate with username? Yes, and that could be a fun project too. You could take this app. If you do, Nicole, if you do !project, you can get the finished code. Feel free to convert it to TypeScript, and then put it on your own repo, and yeah, and tag me on Twitter if you get it running. Exactly, Tints. That's my mindset. it doesn't hurt to be well versed in multiple languages so you can jump in on any project at any time. um, but let's take another look at the user object here. Excuse me, I need to sneeze. Excuse me. All right, so in the user object as it exists in the database, this user field is currently populated by just an object ID value. And so when we send that data back down to the client, all we're doing here is we're just making it a little easier on the client by substituting in the username value instead. So we don't have to do that on the client side. You can do that on the client side. We've done it before. But in my opinion, maybe this is just a little, front loading of some of that logic. Just do a little substitution, pop in the username, and send it down. So it doesn't have to be done later. And then now that we have that information, we can do a socket dot emit and send that down along with the message list. So it's kind of, if you're thinking about, like, if you're familiar with standard server requests and the types of normal HTTP requests and stuff that we do in our full stack apps, this is kind of like the kind of similar to like the route, right? We always pass a route to tell our backend where that request should go. And this is kind of similar, right? We're saying, all right, this is a specific thing we are broadcasting. And that specific thing is that I am sending previous messages. Now, on our client side, we have an event listener, which is set up to listen for previous messages and then grab this data out of it. So our next listener here. Oh, and the neat thing about this too is that this is an event listener. It's listening for that join room action. And then at the end, we're doing a broadcast. And we saw this earlier in our network traffic, right? We saw that as soon as somebody joins a room, it goes up to the server grabs the information and then emits that broadcast back down. We saw that give and take broadcast. So that's what's happening here. All right, and then our next event listener here is going to be on send message. So this is when a user types something into the box, in the message box, and hits submit. It's Kara. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Hi, folks. Come on in. Welcome. I hope y'all are having a good day. What were y'all working on? Thank you. Thank you again for the raid, Kara. What were you working on today? Line 45 should be messages. Oh, yes, you're right. I apologize. You're correct. So it's a list of all the, it's an array of all the messages. Howdy, Kara. What were y'all working on today? I don't think we've rated you before. What's your specialty? What do you do? All right, so send messages taking in, yeah, I get that. So send messages is taking in three things. So when a user submits a message, our server needs to know what room did it come from, what's the message content, and what user sent it. So those are the three things that it needs to know. So it's taking up those. It's listening for those. And our emitter on the client side is broadcasting that. Kara says, relearning React. I haven't touched code in like 6 months. Oh man, we just finished building out an entire React front end. Now our server here is all in JavaScript, but we just finished like 3 hours worth of React. I wish you could have been there. Oh man. But you feel free to stick around for some regular old JavaScript if you're interested. So once we get this message, this is what I was talking about earlier, how we're going to do another check and we're going to essentially query the database to make sure that that user exists. So we've already authenticated them, they're logged in, but just in case, we're going to do one more check and we're going to find that user ID, make sure they're in there, make sure somebody isn't, fooling us. And if that user doesn't exist, there's a lot of things you could do here. And I honestly was going to flesh this out a little bit more, but I just didn't have time. So right now it just quits. It's like, all right, nope, this person is not in the database. We're not even going to allow them to save. We're not going to allow them to save anything to the database. They should not be, if they are sending malicious messages, SQL injection, something like that, they should not be allowed to save anything in the database. They're a malicious actor. So not going to save anything at all. Kara says, I usually stream gaming, but sometimes code, especially now that I'm working on the hunt again. Awesome. Variety streamer. That's very cool. Beware of Bobby tables. Yeah, SQL injection is a real thing. I mean, it's, you know, it can be very malicious. So if they don't exist, then exit. Don't save anything. If they do exist, then we're going to go ahead and save that message into the collection. New message save. And then we're going to do a similar thing like we did before. We're going to say await new message populate, again, with the user information so the client doesn't have to do it. We already have that. So we're just going to replace what's in the user field. Instead of a reference, it's just going to have the username so we can read that directly into the components. And then finally, once again, we're going to broadcast this information on down. But we're adding something different here because previously we only so previously when a person joined a room, um, let me think about how to say this. So okay, so when a person joined a room, they are passing up with their request. So with that broadcast, they're passing up the name of the room. So the person's in the room, we find the messages for that room, and we broadcast it down because we're already inside of that room component. However, when they send a message, they could be in any of the chat rooms, potentially. So they're passing up the room value, and when we broadcast the result back down, we only want the new message to display for the room they are currently in. So in this case, that 2 is only going to alert, it's only going to update the GUI for the people who are currently in that room, in that specific chat room. Okay? Oh, and I'm sorry. You're right. I missed something here. I forgot to define our new message. So const, you're exactly right. New message. I was talking while I was typing, and that's never a good thing. So what we're going to do there is we're taking in the message that's being passed up from our request here. We're creating a new message object that we're going to be saving in the database. And we'll set it up like this: room content and user. Talking and typing always gets me in trouble, and I never learn. There we go. So we've defined new message. We've set it up as an object. And I'm using a little bit of shorthand here. This is essentially equivalent to this. This means the same thing if I just say room colon room, but I can shorthand it slightly like that. And that'll save just fine with the same, it'll save just the same in the database. Good catch there. Huntober. Yes, exactly, Copper Lily. Yeah, how many folks here in chat are participating in Huntober with 100 devs? I'm curious. Charlie, yeah, awesome. All right, so we're going to broadcast that new message to only alert the folks that are in the room that a new message has come in and update their GUIs. All right. Anybody else doing Huntober? Dormander, thank you for the follow. All right, last thing we want to do is when somebody logs out and a disconnect request comes through, we're going to say socket dot on disconnect. And we're just going to have a console log saying client disconnected. Again, this is more for like development work to make sure that your app is functioning correctly. You'd want to remove this in production, but it's just an alert to say, hey, somebody's logged out. And so when somebody logs out, then you should always get that disconnected message in your server. So when they log in, you should always get the connected message. When they log out, you should get disconnected. What's Huntober? Is that like the hunt for Red October? So if you're in 100 devs, uh, the month of October is sort of a concentrated job hunt month, and so it's just called Huntober. I bet there's more folks in chat than Charlie who are doing Huntober, but don't feel obligated to speak up if you don't want to. All right, so that's all the WebSocket stuff. Real quick, essentially all we're doing here is we are handling initial connections, and then we're setting up a series of event listeners. And those event listeners are listening for when somebody joins a room and for when somebody sends a new message up to the server. And when they do, it's going to hit the database. It's going to do what it needs to do in the database. It's going to save that message to the database. It's going to get all the messages to display in the room. It's going to trigger that new message to show up in the room that everybody's in for all the, for as many 100 people are in that room, it's going to trigger that update for all of them to show the new message. And so that's what's happening here, why we needed all this socket stuff. Ellen says, I assume you say you've not done 100 devs, but you're in the Discord. Yeah, it's a fun Discord to be in. It's super active. If anybody out there is interested in 100 devs, you can do !Leon in chat and check that out. Check out the Discord. It's super active. There's thousands of members posting thousands of messages every day, and it's a fun place to be. Yeah. All right, so next we're going to have some more standard stuff you've seen before. Some standard routing. So this is outside of all the socket activity. This is standard, routing behavior. We're going to have an app.post. And we're going to have, we're going to have two app.posts actually. One of them is going to be handling the register route, and the other one is going to be handling the other one is going to be handling the login route. And these are going to be pretty similar, somewhat similar. Antonio, good to see you. I hope you've been doing well. So once we do the first one, we can kind of copy and paste it, and we'll do register first. This is going to be your standard async rec res function. And what we're going to do there is we are going to, well, actually, I'm going to ask you guys. I'm going to type it out first, and you tell me what's happening. All right, what are we doing here? What is this? That line I just typed out. What are we doing here? You took your boats out and oh yeah, that's right. You're doing stuff with the boats. Yeah, I remember. Looking forward to your comeback. That's awesome. 65 contacts. My goodness, you're crushing it, my friend. Yes, what we're doing here is yes, exactly. We're destructuring our rec.body, and we're taking that, we're breaking it apart, and we're extracting the values for username, email, and password. That's amazing, Antonio. That's so cool. Good job. LinkedIn is powerful indeed. Way to go. Way to network, my friend. Now, the very next, yeah, absolutely. I'm sure you'll get a job. Um, Now, the very next thing we want to do, whenever you're dealing with a password, as soon as you receive that password, the next thing you want to do is get it out of plain text. Don't mess around with it. Don't do anything with it. The very next thing we're going to do is we're going to hash the crap out of it. We're going to call bcrypt. We're going to hash the password immediately and store it in this hash password variable. Absolutely, yeah. One of the best things about getting farther up the hill is that you can extend a hand and help pull other people up. So that's a great mindset to have. I appreciate that. So we've hashed the password. Now we can safely build our user object and get ready to save that information into the database. Username, email, and then password is just going to be our hashed password. Again, you never want to store a plain text password in your database. Never ever, don't do it. Bad idea. Good luck indeed, absolutely. So once we've done that, we'll save it. Ooh, Lixran, thank you so much for the follow. Dr. Moto, I'll read that again in just a second. I need to think about that question. I'm going to finish typing this out because otherwise I'll mess it up. Okay. All right. Oh, Lixran, thank you. I'm glad you like the energy. We keep it fun over here. Fun but educational most of the time. Antonio says, "Is there a time when you will stream? I would like to come again now when I'm off work and more free." Yeah, Sundays. Yep. You can check the schedule tab on my page, on my Twitch page where you're at right now. Just check the schedule tab. That may be changing here in the next few months, but for now, it's pretty standard. So just keep an eye on the schedule tab. Doctor says, "Is there a way to encode environment variables so they don't have plain text creds?" The way to encode environment variables so they don't have plain text creds. Trying to see if I understand the question. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what you're asking there. Are you asking? Are you asking? Can we encrypt the variables inside the .env file? Is that what you're asking? Oh, okay, I see. So like an env, you'll have password alligator7. Yeah, that's a good question. I actually don't know. If anybody knows if there's ways to make the environment variables even more obscure, uh, for all you security experts out there, let me know your secrets or your preferred methods, I should say. How do you like to handle stuff like that? All right, and so the next thing I want to talk about is, we're creating the user data, we're saving it to the database, and then the next thing we're doing is we're generating that token. Because remember, this is our register route here. So this person has just signed up for our app. They do not yet have a token, and so this is how that token is actually generated. Um, and it's a built-in thing in JSON Web Tokens. You just say JWT sign, and then you pass in the thing that's going to be the basis for that token. In this case, it's going to be our user ID. Now, ideally, you would also have a secret key of some kind that's unique to your app that you would also save as an environment variable. I just didn't do that here. I wanted to kind of keep everything together since this sign functionality is kind of a new topic. But generally, you would have a secret key that's unique, and you would store it as an environment variable and you would reference it here instead. Yeah, I think he's asking about, or I think they're asking about like actually encrypting stuff inside of the env variable file, but correct me if I'm wrong. Alligator 7. Hunter 2. All right, now let's finish with our second one here for the login route. We can copy most of this logic. Once again, this will be on the login path, and then we'll have async rec res username. We're pulling it out of the request body, but when they log in, they really only put in their username and password. And we don't need to hash the password. And let's see, we got the user, new user. Okay, so in this, I do need to make some changes here. I shouldn't have copied and pasted. We'll just do this. Okay, so I'm going to say const user. We're going to look inside the database and find a matching user value. Now, one thing I didn't implement here is that I don't think that I have any protections right now on duplicate usernames. So I think you would definitely want to ensure that, put some additional logic in there to check and see, make sure there's not a duplicate user in there when they register. You probably want to add that to the registration route. But if the user doesn't exist, we'll just return a status of 404 and say user not found. Oh, thank you, Disillusion. I appreciate that. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. Oh, that's neat. So vaults. Okay, sounds like vaults is the way if you want more security there. And then if there's a matching password in the database, what we do is we essentially reverse the previous process. So we look in the database, we retrieve the hash password from the database, and we compare it against what was passed in. So the plain text password that's passed in when they log in is not saved anywhere. It's only used for this comparison. And the existing password is not permanently decrypted. It's only passed through this bcrypt.compare and compared against the existing password. If there's a match, then they get to be logged in. So the hashed password remains stored in the database. Password is sent up with the authentication, doesn't get stored. It only gets compared and then discarded. So if there's a match, if there's not a match, using the bang symbol there for to reverse that, we return status of 400, invalid password. So here, essentially, we're handling the two conditions that would cause this request to be rejected, right? If the user doesn't exist, then we don't want to log them in. And if there's no match for that user's password, then we also don't want to log them in if they entered the wrong password. And then finally, assuming they pass all the tests, we give them a token. Actually, I can copy this from up here. Assuming they pass all the tests, we create a token for them based on their user ID with their secret key, which again, you would want to put in your environment variable folder. And then we send back that token and username. Okay, so we're done. We've done all the authentication. We've done all the event listeners and the broadcasters for our socket. We've handled all of our routing. So log in, register, all those routes. We've handled all of that. The last thing we need to do is actually set up the server. So I'm going to run it on port 8000. You can run it on whatever port you want. I already have something running on port 4000, so I'm going to put it on a different port. And also, you can store your port variable in your environment variables as well. Save that. And of course, I'm missing a parenthesis somewhere because I'm always missing a parenthesis. it is eternal. Let's see. That's an extra one there. Oh, nope. No, it's not. Hang on. There. Open bracket, close bracket. Oh, oh, nope. That was fine. We were fine. Okay. I have an extra parenthesis somewhere. Oh, I think I'm missing a close. Yeah, okay. That's in the wrong place. There we go. Okay. And I'm missing another close parenthesis somewhere. That, that, that. This is good content. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm thinking it's after the socket stuff. Yeah, I think I'm a little wonky there. All right, I'm just gonna do this. There. There we go. I was short a parenthesis or two, but we fixed it. Disillusion, thank you again for sharing some specific examples on potential answers to the environment variable question. I appreciate that. So we've saved this. Now we've got our server ready to go, but we can't run it yet. What are we missing? What haven't we done? Our server is done, but what do we still need? What's the last bit? What haven't we done? Think database. What haven't we done? Yeah, we don't have the schemas for any of these things that we're saving, right? Um, inside of our inside of here, we're essentially going to need 3 collections. Now this one, so the chat rooms collection is going to be empty just because I didn't implement that functionality to like actually add new chat rooms. I never put that in, but you can put that in. That would be a good next step. Is to can you add chat rooms to the database, like allow users to create chat rooms or private chat rooms or whatever. Um, we have another collection for messages. That's where all the messages are stored, and they're separated by room. And then, oh, Tins, thank you. It was good to have you here. Nice to see you. Yeah, and hope to see you again. See you next weekend. Thank you for the follow, Tins. And then also users is its own collection. As we can see in here, we've got our username, email, and then you could hash the email too if you wanted to. And then the password is always stored as a hash. Okay. So our messages then reference the specific users inside of our user collection. So last thing we're going to do actually is our models. Those are very simple. We can copy and paste most of them, and then we'll finally be ready to test this. But before that, we need a break. I need a break because I have to check, because I'm technically on call and I have to check some stuff. So we're going to take 5 minutes. That should be enough for me to get my checks done. And it should be enough time for you to get a glass of water, get some food, go stretch, get up, whatever you got to do. So we're going to put 5 minutes on the clock here. I'm going to do my on call checks, and then we will come back and finish the app. Finally, yeah. Screamy yell roar. Thank you so much for the follow. All right, I'll see you all back here in 5 minutes. Okay, folks, we got about a minute left in the break. So far, all my on-call checks are going well. Nothing has been, no job failures or anything like that. So I should be able to rejoin you all in about a minute. All right, everyone, welcome back. Cross fingers, but all my on-call checks went well. So, like I said, I'm able to rejoin you all again. Didn't have to suddenly jump off the stream to go fix something. So that's good. Dr. Moto says the group they're working with uses Yahoo for their email, and I cannot for the life of me get tokens for them. Oh no. Anybody in chat have experience getting OAuth tokens for Yahoo email addresses? Oh, that's fun. All right, as a reminder, before the break, we finished building our server. Now the last thing, the only little last bit of thing that we need to do is build our models, our blueprints for the data that is being stored in our databases. Yeah, sometimes you get the only thing you can do is laugh, right? Ellen Media, exactly. Well, yeah, I don't know. I know. Any OAuth experts out there? So we're not using OAuth for this project site. If we're using that's Dr. Moto was talking about their project that they're working on. Hey Babu, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Also, Salazar AY, they subscribed earlier and I think I missed it. I apologize for that. But Salazar, thank you so much for the sub. I apologize I didn't see the notification from Twitch. All right, models. So let's go ahead and navigate to your models folder. We created that earlier, so we'll pop in there. And inside of there, we're going to go ahead and create 3 models. We're going to create chatroom.js. We'll create message.js. And we will create user.js. Thank you for the follow, and Andres, much appreciated. Hope you're having a good day. Saif, in this particular application, we're handling authentication through JSON Web Token. All right, so our 3 models here are essentially going to be the blueprints for our 3 different collections. Now, like I mentioned earlier, we're not actually using the chat room collection right now. I'm fine. I'm glad you're doing well. Hope you're having a good weekend. Welcome to the stream. So we're not actually using the chat room collection right now, but we're still going to go ahead and set up the model in case that's something that you want to add later. Once again, if you're just joining us, you can access the finished code, the finished repo for this project by using !project in chat. And you are, and also too, whatever's in my public repos, you can use for whatever you want. So build your own stuff off of this. That's kind of the goal here. Build it, make it better, make it cooler, add stuff to it, make it way prettier. Yeah, there you go. That's the link to the repo, Andres. And in that repo, by the way, that repo has both the client side app and the backend in it. So you have both. All right. Chatroom.js is extremely simple. So I'm going to copy and paste it in here and we'll talk about it. I'm assuming that most folks First step is to convert it to TypeScript. Yeah, do it if you want to. It's all yours. Saif says, how often do you go live? Any specific schedule? Yeah, so if on my Twitch channel where you're at right now, there should be a schedule tab down at the bottom. Click that. Right now, I go live once a week at 3 p.m. Eastern on Sundays. But like I say, that schedule may be changing. That schedule may be changing here in the next couple months. So do keep an eye on the schedule tab, but that I keep that up to date. So go ahead and take a look at that. And yeah, so here is our Oh, Andres, that's awesome. Yeah, I love seeing people write code too. It's fun, isn't it? And the purpose of my channel is primarily educational. So a lot of what I do on my channel is educational projects. We talk more about it's less about building a like a fully polished production application. And the goal of my channel is more about teaching concepts. So building the frameworks for things, building templates for things, and then putting them out there on my GitHub so that anybody can use them and build a finished project out of it. So once they understand the concepts, so that's kind of what we're doing here. And what we're building today is a WebSocket based real-time chat application with chat rooms. So kind of like Discord, right? Like the principle of Discord or Teams or whatever. It uses WebSockets to send and broadcast messages. But now we're just finishing up. We're building out the models for our database. Oh, thank you, Andres. I appreciate it. So if you're familiar with Mongoose, this is pretty standard. Essentially, with what Mongoose allows you to do is kind of make these unstructured document-based databases much more similar to how relational databases operate, in that anything you write to that database must meet certain criteria. Certain fields must be present, certain criteria must be met, and if those criteria are not met, the data is not allowed to be written. That's how relational databases function. And so by adding a Mongoose schema, you can have that sort of a gatekeeper there. And you can also do certain transformations to the data as well, which we're going to see in another model. So this first one is extremely simple. First, we define the blueprint and we say, all right, new Mongoose schema, and what should each document contain? And in the case of the chat room collection, it's really just going to be the name of the room. And then in the end, we need to export that. So we wrap it inside of a model. We give that model a name, which is chat room. We put our schema inside of that model. And the side effect of giving this model a name is that it also names the collection where we are going to be writing these documents. So anytime we reference this chat room model, we are also inherently referencing not only the blueprint, the schema, but also the collection where we want these documents to be written. So this contains two things, schema and the collection. Now, we could explicitly define the collection if we wanted to. I could give this a completely different name by just adding a third argument here. I could call it, I don't know, XYZ. And then anything that we passed through, anytime we reference this chat room model, it would pass it through the schema, and then it would write it to the XYZ collection. Now, you don't have to declare a third argument here. If you don't, what will it do? How does it assign the collection name? Saif says, are you using Socket.io? Yes, we are. Yep. And if you want to look at that, you can check out the code in server.js and in app content on the client side. So server.js on the server side, app content on the client side in the GitHub repo. And again, exclamation point project if you need that. Yeah. So if we don't add a third argument here, Mongoose will name the collection just whatever this name is plus an S. So chat room becomes chat rooms. And then it just pluralizes whatever you've named your model. And we can see that here in my finished version. Over here. So we can see that my collection here is called chat rooms. And that's because that was an automatically created name based on the name of the model itself. Saif says, wait, so the model does not necessarily represent the collection. Well, what it's essentially doing is it's directing traffic. So that model is just a layer that document passes through, which attaches certain information to it, and then it sends it on to MongoDB. So it's like a transformation layer kind of. First it double checks and it makes sure that it matches this blueprint, that the data matches the blueprint, and then it also tells MongoDB what collection that document belongs to. That information is also contained in the model. And so inside of server.js, we're not actually calling this particular model inside of server.js. So let's look at, yeah, so for example here, we're just about to create another model called user. And that user model is going to contain the blueprint, the schema for all the user data that we're writing. But it's also going to contain a reference to the collection that we want to write to, which is going to be called users, right? And so anytime I call user, say anytime I call new user and pass in some data, it passes it through the schema, it attaches it to a collection value, sends it off to MongoDB, and MongoDB saves it in that collection that we have identified. I hope that answers your question. So let's do another one, and one that we're actually calling here inside of server.js, and maybe it'll be clear. So chat room is done. It's very simple. Let's do a slightly more complicated one. Let's do user next. Awesome. Great, Saif. I'm glad that helped. No, actually, sorry. No, no, we're going to do message next. That's the one I wanted. We're going to do message. So once again, I'm going to follow. My GitHub is awesome. Thank you, Andres. It's pretty big at this point, but pretty much all the repos in there tie back to they have a video walkthrough on my YouTube channel. So pretty much every single repo in there is tied to a previous stream, which has a full walkthrough video about it. All right, so we'll set up a schema here. We're going to call it message schema. So first we're going to, identify the blueprint. So in this case, our blueprint is going to be called message schema. And this is going to outline the way we want all of the chat messages to be stored in the database. So what they have. So we're going to have a room value, which is going to be a string. We're going to have the message content, which is also going to be a string. And then the next thing is, as we talked about before, we essentially have foreign key references for each message, right? We want to tie each message to a specific user. Now, we could just pass in the username as plain text, right? I mean, technically, yeah, we could pass in the username as plain text and just put it here. But that's not really what we want. We want to really actually tie that message to the actual user that submitted it. And what that would allow you to do is eventually add something like where you could click on a user and you could see all of their past message history. So you could retrieve all of that. And so that really actually ties the message to the user entry itself. So our entry in our database of users ties that message to them. And we can do that by making a reference. So instead of just typing, string or int or whatever, we're going to say type mongoose schema. So we're essentially saying, hey, we are referencing another schema, a different schema here. Types object ID, and then which schema we're referencing. We're referencing user, which we're going to create here shortly. So this is essentially like a foreign key. It's an outside reference. Okay? Yeah. As Xmetric says, it's relational. Talking about relational databases, it's relational in a non-relational setup. Yeah. And so my day job, for those of you who are new, my day job is I am actually a SQL developer. So I work in relational databases all day, every day at work. It's what I get paid for. I don't get paid for this stuff. I get paid my living wage to work in relational databases all day. And what I find is that a lot of the times these extra tools that sit on top of these non-relational databases are really trying to just make them behave like relational databases. Because by default, these document based databases are somewhat chaotic, right? You can write anything you want to a document based database. It doesn't care. It doesn't care where you put it or what it looks like or how it's formatted. You just dump it in. Now, but that's not how apps behave, right? Apps generally rely on fairly structured data that meets certain criteria. And so we use these extra tools like Mongoose and that sort of thing to essentially make them behave like relational databases do, because relational databases came first. And so that's kind of how the world works. The world expects that kind of structured data. Now, I'm not saying that anyone is better than the other. There's lots of reasons why you would want to use a non relational database for certain tasks. However, it's nice to have kind of a lovely marriage of the two. And in this case, that's what we're doing here. We're adding some structure, we're adding some additional rules to our MongoDB data. See if I actually do have. Han says, "So you're like an ETL?" I actually do build ETL pipelines. Yeah, that's what I do. Yep, I build ETL pipelines all day. Saif says, "Can you recommend a good book for designing relational databases?" Actually, I can I can I can recommend a good book on database types and best practices best practices for data intensive applications. And I'll have to find the link, but I'll drop it in chat here shortly. But yeah, I really, it was recommended to me by someone else, and I read it, and I was like, holy crap, and I loved it. So it's more of a general book on just best practices for data, like for structuring the data side of your application. And Han Sohai there has another recommendation: Mere Mortals. Okay, yeah, I'll have to read that, Han. Thank you for that. Okay, so referencing the user schema, that's going to allow us to have that foreign key relationship. And then the last thing we want is the timestamp value, because when you're in a chat app, you want to see when something was posted. And so timestamp, savvy users may recall that we are not passing any time data from the client side. When a user enters a new message, we're passing their username and the message content and what room they were in, but we aren't passing any time related data. So this shows off another feature of what Mongoose can help us with. Mongoose can actually generate data on the fly for us when data is routed through the schema. So what we're doing here is we're generating data on the fly. We're generating a timestamp. So first we're assigning it a data type of date, and then does anybody know what default means? What does default mean? So when we say default, what does this do? I guess maybe that's a better question. When we say default, what does this do? Yeah, exactly. If no value is passed into the schema, if there is no value passed into the schema, then it generates one for us. So if for some reason we modify the app to pass in a timestamp value from the front end, then this does, this would never generate anything. It would accept that value, it would write it to the database, assuming it was correct. But by default, we aren't ever passing any timestamp data from the front end. And so our schema reads it, it says, oh, you don't have anything here, I got to fill it in for you, and it generates a date. So that's what that's for. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Andres. Oh, Broski, thank you for the follow. I don't remember if I thanked you before, but I'll thank you again. Broski, thank you. Dave says, isn't it better to use the option timestamps true? I don't know the answer to that. You might be right. I've generally seen it done this way, but that doesn't mean it's the best way. Yes, and as Xmetric says, this is also useful if you have to retroactively add entries. That's a great point. So outside of like stuff like timestamps, if for some reason your app changes later, then you might want to be able to auto generate some filler data or something like that. It adds updated at and created at automatically, and it updates every time you update. Okay, so yeah. So if we had update functionality on these messages, if we had like an edit feature on these messages, we don't currently have that. But if we did have an edit feature on these messages, then that might be a great way to do it because it would not only it would essentially like you say, add an updated at timestamp along with the created at timestamp so you could see like a timeline of changes. So yeah, definitely. That's good to know. Thank you, Saif. Oh, I see what you mean, X metric. Yeah. I was thinking about like changing app structure so if you want to keep consistent, but yeah, no, I get it. Uh, just a use case for when you want to pass in a timestamp, such as faking chat history, covering your tracks when you're hacking the Gibson. Yep, yeah. So there's plenty of use cases in which you may want to auto generate data for one reason or another. Yep. All right, and the last thing is we want to make sure we export this. And once again, if you have like if you want more information on most of this stuff or can't remember what something is for, if you look in the repo, I commented the repo, like most aspects of the repo, pretty extensively. There's tons of comments in there. To keep it clean while we're building it, I didn't add very many comments at all. But inside the repo, there's many more comments on all of this stuff. Save this. I'm going to double check the other models real quick because I was talking a lot and I make mistakes when I talk. So, all right, we still need to do the user one, but this one is very simple. I'm going to drop it in. It follows the exact same sort of layout as the other things. Um, and again, I have a reminder here, a comment reminder. Your password, by the time it reaches the schema, your password should already be hashed. It should not be plain text when it hits this schema. So that's just a reminder there. It should already be hashed by this point, which we did in our server. So and there's other things you could do here. You could do things like make these required. So another really useful thing that a lot of people use schemas for is setting fields as required, which a lot of times you're going to need, right? I didn't do that here, but you could absolutely modify these to say, everything is required. And so that way you can have validation within your form. So on your client side, you can make those fields required in the form itself, and then have yet another check on the back end in the schema to double check that none of those fields are blank, even though they should never make it that far in the first place. But you never know. Stuff happens, right? All right, got that, got that. All right, I think we've saved everything. I've got my .env stuff in there. Got our server.js done. All right, let's fire it up, shall we? You ready to rumble? Let's see what we got cooking. We have not tested anything here, so it's gonna be wild, man. If this works for me after almost 5 hours of typing, it will be a flipping miracle. Yeah, technically, we could have tested the front end like once we finished it. We could have at least got it running and see if there was any errors, but we can remain in suspense. All right, I'm going to start the back end first. Oh, is there a missing dependency? Okay, let's look real quick. I'm going to check my package.json. Okay, where's my dependencies? So I've got my socket.io client, and I'm going to check my original here. Oh, you are correct. Good catch. My goodness. All right, so on the front end, we need to install one more dependency. Yep, you're correct, Copper Lily. Thank you. So I've got my front end going in my left terminal here. So I'm in my chat room front end folder. Be careful about that. Make sure you're installing it in the right place. And we're going to install npm I jwt decode. Okay. There we go. All right, all set. JWT decode, and I'm going to double check that I'm also importing that. I think I am. I just didn't ever install it. So that's in appcontent.js. I'm going to redo this import here to make sure it's right. JW. Yeah, there we go. JWT from. Oh, come on. Don't make me do it with my hand. Good catch. So I'm going to copy the import statement from the finished version, but hopefully this should work. I'm going to check my package.json again. Yep, it's there now. Great. Thank you for catching that. Oh, yeah, okay. I already did the hydrate as well. Saif says, what's JWT decode for? I thought we're only storing the token in local storage and sending it back with every request. Yeah, so let's look inside of app content. Yeah, so here it is. Oh, got a stretch. All right. There we go. Got some good neck cracks out of that. Thank you for that. So what we're doing here is this we're using JWT decode just kind of for a check. What we're doing here is we're taking the token that's in local storage and we're decoding it, extracting the user ID and sending that value up to the server with the new message. So when there's a new message, we're decoding the token, sending it up to the server, and then the server is doing one more validation against the database to make sure that that is a valid user, that their token is valid. So you could decode it in the back end as well. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You could absolutely decode. You could just send the token up and decode it in the back end. Yep. And yeah, that would probably be a reasonable modification to make because we're already kind of doing that with bcrypt on the back end and doing a compare there. I think this was part of the sort of piecemeal and haphazard way I built this app. A lot of it was thinking of features as they occurred to me and then adding them in no particular order. So my philosophies changed at several points along the way. But yes, that would be an excellent idea for a feature improvement, I think. But let's see if it runs. That's the fun part. So I think I have everything set up listening on port 8000. Is Tyler says never trust the client. Yep. Yep. The client should definitely not be in charge unless necessary. The client shouldn't be in charge of anything particularly secret, right? Yeah. All right, I'm going to start the back end. You gonna connect to MongoDB? Hey, it took a hot minute. It left me in suspense. Did you see that? It took like 15 seconds. HZ, thank you so much for the follow. Saif says, I applaud you for coding for 5 hours. I slack after 30 minutes. Well, part of this is so it's I'm not I don't just do this just to for you guys, although it is partially for you guys. A lot of it is for me. So I build these projects myself. Like I've built this already once, right? I'm working off of my notes in the other screen, um, and then I rebuild it in front of you guys, and it's kind of a test for myself because I have to explain it. And that's the hard part, right? You can build something without really understanding what's going on, but the hard part is if you have to explain it to someone else. That's the difficult part. And so for me, the streaming is kind of like a self test. Do I really understand what I did, or did I just copy and paste some code from Stack Overflow? A little bit of column one, a little bit of column two, sometimes, right? But it's an excellent way to really learn the material is if you have to explain it to somebody else. So it's partially why I do it, and also because I like hanging out with you guys. So absolutely. Uh, Andre says, I got to ask if you're able to write code like you just did and know how to solve problems. Is that good enough to find a job? Yeah, 100%. When I got my first dev job, I didn't know nearly as much as I do now. Yeah. Getting the dev job is less about what languages do you know and how fast can you write code. It's more about the stuff I was just talking about. Can you explain code? Can you teach somebody else while you're writing code? Can you have a fun conversation with your interviewer? Can you speak eloquently about your past projects and accomplishments? Can you network and be likable when you are networking with others? That is what's going to get you the job. Not so much, I know languages X, Y, and Z. There's no threshold for knowledge. There's no threshold for technical knowledge. Um, it's more about, can you be someone that they want to hire? Can you be someone that they like and they want on their team? Can you work well with others? Can you work well in the team? Can you contribute to projects? That's the stuff. That's what they want. All right, I've left you in suspense. Let's run. Let's run the front end. Renit, so you're going to need to change that inside of your MongoDB connection string. So the big long string with all the stuff in it, like where you put your username and password, you need to put your collection name in between the slash and the question mark. I'll show you. We're going to start this and I'll show you. Okay. Go baby, go. Oh yeah, let's run on a different port. Ooh, okay. So there's a problem, but we saw it. It displayed, the component displayed. Oh, and I think I know what the problem is. So we'll fix that in just a second. I want to answer Renix's question. Yeah. All right. Let's fix that real quick. And I think I know what the problem is. Um, should be an easy fix. But all right, inside of server. So where you define your big long connection string, and we popped in our username and password. In between, so right after this Pitifas mongodb.net, there's a slash. There's a slash, and then there's a question mark. So you should see that in your connection string. And in between the slash and the question mark is where you put your collection name. Okay? So that's how you can fix that, Renee. All right, now let's fix app content. No worries, Renee. Like I say, easy fix there. So app content.js, line 32. React is nice because it gives you the proper line numbers for these errors. Yeah, all right. Let me make sure I get this right. I think it just needs to be this. Yeah, I'm double checking that right now. But yeah, that's it. I don't know why I did it that way, but that's what you get. All right. So we are going to get a warning when you run this. If it runs, you will get a warning, and that's okay. Uh, the reason is because, like I mentioned before, we're not using the ability to add additional chat rooms or anything like that. But I set up the framework for it, so there is a state variable that's looking for updates to the number of chat rooms or potential updates to the number of chat rooms, and we're not using it. So that is, that's why you get this error: set room is assigned a value but never used. Now you can comment out that warning. You can get rid of it by doing the instructions that they say to do here. I didn't, because I wanted to show you that warning. I wanted to show you what that looks like and that it's not a problem. Also, you may get a second warning in your auth context about a warning about your use effect. That's okay. Just leave it alone. It should work as intended, and it's not going to be a problem. So potentially two warnings: one about this set room and one about auth context. It should be fine. Okay, I'm going to close any instances. I'm going to basically kill the finished version because that's been running in the background this whole time. I'm going to kill that so we don't get confused. All right, and I'm going to close any of my other instances that I had open. We're just going to close. All right, then we're going to fire it up again. Let's see, I'm running on localhost 3001. Hey, thank you for the follow, Dare. Much appreciated. Localhost 3001. Hey, check it out. We got a login page. Oh, last thing I want to do is I do have a little bit of CSS, just a teensy bit. We're going to go into index CSS. I just want to add a margin here. I'm just copying it from the finished repo. The only things we changed is I added a margin of 10 pixels around the whole body, just so it's not hitting the edge of the screen. And I added a slight formatting for the timestamp. You can grab it from the repo. But yeah, that's the only CSS we're doing. Hey, Mickey Dev, good to see you. All right, so now that's a little easier to read. So let's test it out, shall we? So since we have no users in our collection, I set up a whole new database for this version of the app, for the new version. So I'm going to sign up Wolf1. By the way, that email is it's completely made up. So die. Thank you for the follow. All right, let's test the sign up process. Hey, check it. We just got authenticated, baby. Now, it's going to tell me to change my password. Google's freaking out right now. Like, why did you choose such a terrible password? It flipping works, right? So let's double check that. Let's double check because we should see a couple things, right? If the authentication is working, we should see some behavior logged to the console. We should see a couple things from our server side as well. So server's running, we're connected to MongoDB, and we're seeing some client disconnects here. That's mostly because of all the saving and the recompiling of the app that I just did with the CSS and all that, and fixing the error. And so here, the last message you can see from our server is new client connected. And if you recall from our authentication logic, it only allows a client connection to the server once the user is logged in. Will not allow, the socket can't be open while the user is not logged in. So that tells us that the authentication is working, but we can also double check that by looking inside of the browser itself. Now I want to make sure you all can see this. I don't know if that's behind the chat box. Kind of. All right. Well, actually I'm going to go to application, and we're going to check local storage. So if I pop into local storage, I see that. I see Wolf1 username, and I see my token value. Both of those are present in local storage. And now, if I log out, boop, they're gone. We clear local storage, empty that out, and we should see a disconnect from the client. Yeah, look at that. We've got our client disconnect. So behaving exactly as we told it to. So client is disconnecting, we log out. It's only connecting once we authenticate. Now let's try to log in, because before we signed up, so it was a different path. Clean code, kinda. Reasonably clean. So now as soon as I log in, we should see these values get written back to local storage with a different token. Saif says, if we use sessions instead of JWT, it wouldn't have worked on deployment. Well, we didn't set up any database structure for sessions. Understandable code. Hey, that's the main goal. Have worked on deployment. I'm not quite sure what you're asking there. I apologize. Frankly says, any idea on how to handle the free tier of max 512 megabyte space in Mongoose? How, when to delete stored messages? Wow, you maxed out? Gosh. Are you talking about the maximum space in MongoDB? I haven't hit that. I have not hit that limit yet, and I've done all my projects in one cluster. So that's impressive, I gotta say. I would suggest, I mean, if you've got like test messages from any older projects, or are you storing images or multimedia in MongoDB? Are you storing any multimedia like photos or videos? Oh, because of cores. No, no, no. So we are using the cores middleware to bypass that, and I have used sessions before um, in conjunction with cores just fine to build authenticated apps. So I've done it. I've done it via the session method, and it works. All right, so let's log in. Hey, check it. Google keeps trying to save my password. Stop it, Google. But look, token got written, username got written. It works, baby. All right, so that's just authentication. Login works, log out works. Let's double check that that information is being written to the database. So I'm going to refresh this. That will happen on your day. Uh, yeah, I mean, as far as deleting old messages, it depends on the app, right? If you're storing a lot of, if you're storing data that nobody cares about after a month, then you would want to have some kind of a cleanup process in place, right? It just depends on the nature of the app. Whereas if it's like you're storing, I don't know, family letters and stuff like that, or text messages from your grandma, then you probably never want to delete those. I don't know that there's a hard and fast rule. All right, so what did I call this? Oh, chat app demo. Here we go. And so the data in here looks pretty good. So that's what we would expect, right? We haven't written anything here. We have one user record. Let's double check. And as we can see, that has been stored with a hashed password. And we already know it's letting us log in. So we knew it had to be stored, right? But just double checking it is a good idea. So now let's see if we can actually start writing something to the chat room. All right, close this. I'll join general. Hey, look it. So I did miss, I missed some formatting there, but it doesn't matter. It's just formatting. So we're getting our timestamp. We are getting our username, and we're getting the message content. That's the important part. I also didn't format this timestamp correctly either. Um, in the finished in the repo version, this actually has the minutes on it. I missed that somewhere, but that's okay. Again, doesn't matter. The gist of it is there. We have the data, and you can format it however you want. So, like I say, it's correct in the repo. Awesome indeed. Yeah. All right. So we've got that. That's writing. Now let's check the database. Let's make sure that it's writing messages. Hey, it's writing messages, giving the correct room, giving the correct message content, and it's associating it with the user ID who posted it in the first place. It's also writing the full timestamp. So again, you can tweak that formatting so it has the minutes on it, and just match what's in the repo because that's correct. Uh, LooksRun says, "What's the V in the database?" So I believe this is that's a version marker. So potentially you could have version 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the same document, um, just to keep track of how many times a document has been updated. Um, Someone feel free to corroborate that statement. TV Josh says, "Do you validate incoming messages to be from a valid user?" Yes. So we have a couple different checks inside of at various points in the code. So the first check is that it does not activate the WebSocket. So the thing that's actually transmitting the messages, it doesn't activate the WebSocket if the user is not logged in. If they do not have a token, like an authentication token, which they won't if they're not logged in because we clear those tokens when they log out. So first, it shouldn't even activate the socket if they're not logged in. But if somehow they manage to bypass that, then what it will do is when they try to send a message up, it decodes their user ID from the token, sends it up to the database, and if the database can't find a matching user to, you know, that is a valid user that it already has uh, in the user database, then it won't write the message. It won't allow the message to be written. So there's a few different layers of checks there, and I think I'm forgetting one, but yeah, we have a few different layers of checks to try to prevent unauthorized folks from writing messages when they shouldn't. Renate says it looks like, yeah, TV Just, yeah, exactly, and that's we had talked about that a little bit. We talked about that a little bit earlier, in that yeah, it would be better practice to send the token instead of the ID itself. Yes. That was kind of an oversight on my part when I was building this, but you can absolutely take what the code in the repo. So do exclamation point project, and you can have all this finished code. Um, Take that code and fix that problem, and go build something cool. Yep. So exclamation point project if you want the repo. Safe says so. You check the user exists before writing every message. Yeah, right now we do. Yeah, but that might not work at scale. If you want to minimize hits to the database, maybe you don't do that. Maybe you just check the first message, right? So if you want to make this scalable, you'd probably have to make several changes. Nah, who cares? Okay, where were we at? So we tested this round trips for the win. Just pummel that database with queries. Yeah, kill it. So let's check. Let's just test the other rooms real quick, and then we'll test simultaneous users because we haven't really tested WebSocket specific functionality yet. Gives you a chance to spend 5 months optimizing. Hey, all right, we're cooking. Cool. So now if I do an inspect on this and I look at the network, I need to reload this to start tracking activity. There we go. Let's double check that our WebSocket is behaving. Oopsie, I clicked the wrong. I'm sorry. Try again. Network. Reload again, start tracking. There we go. Okay, so we can see that our WebSocket is pinging. It's pinging the server, which we wouldn't have gotten this far if it wasn't. But let's watch it send some messages up to the server. TV Josh says, doesn't it send keep alive messages? Yes, it does. You'll see it start to do that in just a second. So um, we can see here, as soon as I join the room, it sends the join room message up to the server. And in response, the server sends back a list of all the messages that it needs to display. Now, you can see here what TV Joss was referencing. These are these keep alive ping pong. I call them ping pong messages that just bounce back and forth between the client and the server, and they're basically just both saying, "Hi, I'm listening. I'm here. Hello." So we'll see those happen once every few seconds. Like there's another one. Bing bink. Okay, now let's test another user. So we're gonna have two clients running simultaneously. Saif says, can you give a quick idea about how Socket.io works? I only know it's emitting and listening to events, but how do rooms work? Yeah, and it is minimal resources when idle, correct. Um, so rooms work by there's a built-in Socket.io function called join, and so you can define certain preset groups of clients to broadcast to. So you can say like socket.join, or is it io.join? I forget. But anyway, you can say join and then identify a group of clients that you want to, so you assign a client to a group essentially, and then you can broadcast to that group. So as soon as a user joins, say general, they become part of the same group as all the other users who are currently in general. And then you can say emit or broadcast to that specific group. And in this case, we can broadcast general messages to the general group, and it will only target users who are currently in that room. I hope that makes sense. I know I kind of like fumbled that explanation a little bit, but I hope that makes sense. And if you look, let's see, we've got that in our here. So we get a connection. And then we have an event listener going. That event listener is listening for a specific join room event. As soon as I click on the general button, it I send that essentially I emit that message that says, "Hey, I have joined the general room," and I pass up the name general here. So now I am assigned, or my client is assigned to the general group. And so now that I'm in that room, I get messages assigned to that room. I get, anytime somebody post a message to the room, I get only messages that are meant for that particular room. It's kind of like they're subscribing to the group messages. Yeah, absolutely. As long as they're in that room, they're going to get messages from that room. As soon as they leave it, then they no longer get those messages. So that's how that's kind of the one of the main features of these, web sockets and that type of thing is that you can broadcast mass messages instantaneously to large curated groups of people. So whether it's traffic updates, weather updates, Discord messages, whatever, those are often using WebSocket type applications. The bomb. Thank you so much for the follow. Okay, now we were going to test with another simultaneous use. So in order to do that, what I can do here is I can open an incognito window. And this will allow me to stay logged in on my original window here. I can stay logged in here, and I can have another simultaneous session going that's separate from the first. So I'm going to sign up. All right, now I'm logged in as Wolf2. So I'm going to pop into general. So now I'm in the same room as Wolf1. We're both in the same room. So I'm going to say, hello there. And as soon as I do, my socket broadcasts down to anybody who is currently in that room. So that includes Wolf1. And that message immediately appears on Wolf1's screen. They didn't have to do anything. Wolf1 didn't have to do anything. That message was broadcasted and picked up by their event listeners, so their socket listeners on the client side. So it's constantly, so both sides are constantly broadcasting and constantly listening for traffic. It kind of reminds me, I like to think of it like those like in those World War II movies, you've got those guys that like wore the big radios on their back and they always had like the headphones and stuff like that. And they were broadcasting to headquarters, and headquarters was always sending orders. And that's kind of like the WebSockets are like working in the background with their headphones on, like listening, broadcasting coordinates, and they're always listening for messages, no matter what the rest of the unit is doing. Yeah, that's how I think of it anyway. All right, I think we're cooking, folks. I'm going to pop both accounts over into coding and we'll test that. I'm here now. So now Wolf1 is sending a message. And there you go. And it immediately, simultaneously appears in Wolf2's client. So, Wolf1 could be in, I don't know, Australia, and Wolf2 could be in the UK, and they would both get the message at the exact same time. All right. I think we did it, folks. I think we crushed it. This was fun. Oh, and also too, I want to show you as well. If we look in here, go to network traffic again, reload to start monitoring traffic. We'll pop back into, what was I in before? Coding. There. Now let's watch what happens when I send a message. So again, when I joined the room, it sent a request up to the server. The server returned all the previous messages. Now I'm going to send an actual like chat message. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. All right, send this. Yeah, so now look, we have yet another request and response. So our client alerted the server, hey, somebody just sent a new message. Oh my goodness, Instinct Dev. Thank you so much for the resubscribe.
Instinct Dev just subscribed for 5 months. Hi.
I'm glad that alert worked for once. Oh, wow, that's awesome. Thank you so much, Instinct Dev. I really appreciate your support. Good to have you here. Hi, indeed. Yes, right now the way the app is configured, you can only be in one room at a time. However, there's really nothing limiting you from being in multiple rooms. You could definitely set it up so that you could have like an array of rooms that you're currently in, and you could receive messages from all of those rooms. So it's really just how big do you want to make that group that you're in. So that could just be, it could just be an array instead of a single value. But once again, so whenever sorry, whenever we submit a message, we send a we send an alert, a flare up to the server saying, "Hey, new message coming in." Server says, "Oh, okay, I'm listening for it. Give it to me." Send that up, and then the server responds essentially with the same content, but that's essentially an acknowledgement that this data has been written to the database now, and so when the next person joins the room, it can be retrieved, and that they can have the most up to date history. Safe says, I don't understand. What is this tab? Res.messages. This is okay. So this tab is in the browser. So I'm in Google Chrome right now, but I think most browsers have something similar. I'm not too familiar with Firefox, but I believe that Edge would also have this same ability because they're both, but because Edge and Chrome are built on the same platform. So if you right click inside of your application and you say inspect, when you do that, it's going to take you to like the basic HTML of the page. You've probably seen this before. But there's other tabs as well. So the tab we're looking at right now is the network tab. And this just shows all traffic, all network traffic that's flowing to and from this page. There's a lot of different things, but I kind of knew what I was looking for when I went into this. So I was looking specifically for WebSocket traffic. So I clicked on this, and that shows me all the traffic that's going to and from my WebSockets. Yeah, I figured it. Yeah, most modern browsers have similar dev tools that you can access. So that's where you can find that and see that traffic. Yeah, it's very useful, right? I actually use this a lot. When I was doing some troubleshooting because I wasn't getting I for a while I was having issues with messages not sending, and it turned out it was because my authentication, I had something wrong with my authentication, and so it was like we talked about before, it was blocking messages from being sent because it was reading the user as not authenticated. So it was like, no, I'm not sending that message. And so the only way I could figure that out was in the end by looking at my network traffic and being like, oh yeah, the WebSocket isn't even like posting like it's not even posting the message up to the server. And so then I realized, okay, it's a problem on the client side, right? It helped me identify the location of the problem. And so I could say, oh, this is on the client side, and it's in the place where the WebSocket is initialized to send the message. So I figured out pretty quick where the problem was. Yeah. So I found this to be very useful. Another useful thing is, you can check your storage, see what's being written there, check your local storage there. There's session storage. There's different types of storage that you can find here as well. And that's just on the application tab. So that can be useful to check as well. Stuff like cookies also, if you're ever having an issue with cookies in your browser, you can see what cookies a website is storing in here also. Yeah. Hope that's helpful. But yeah, often if you're having any kind of an issue with an application or with a website, just do an inspect on it. See what's going on. See if you got any errors. Like we have a warning there. There's a WebSocket warning, um, and I believe that was because when I was reinitializing the front end, the client, like after we made those changes to the CSS. I think I, was just saving, reinitializing, and so the WebSocket was like, "Oh my God, what's happening?" And so I think that's where that warning comes from. Yeah. All right. Any other questions? Y'all have had some good questions. Okay. Well, feel free to ask if you think of anything. But once again, the finished repo is available. Do exclamation point project. Go in there, take the code, do whatever you want with it, build something cool with it, get it running on your machine. Um, yeah, add features and make some improvements. We talked about several improvements that you can make to these. Improving security, uh, removing some redundant stuff that didn't end up being necessary, adding features, whatever you want to do. It's all yours, my friends. Um, Now, I know we've been going for a while. We've been going for 5.5 hours. Whoop, buddy. All right. But I do have one more thing I want to show you. This is just purely for fun. So give me 1 second. Ooh, I left my password manager open in the background. Luckily, I was logged out. The back end and the front end were on different hostings. Yeah, there are ways around that. You can do things like using Core's middleware. You can make certain changes to your document headers to help with that. Yeah, because I have done applications where the back end is sitting on in the cloud on MongoDB and the front end is sitting elsewhere, and it does work. But yeah, it's tricky sometimes, right? How you get blocked and that sort of those messages get blocked. Wolf Chat 2.0. All right, actually, I'm going to open it in. I'm just going to do. Okay, this is purely for fun. Um, so, as many of you know, I am a ChatGPT subscriber, and what you may not know is that they came out with a new feature recently, which is they've incorporated Dolly, so the image generation software. They've incorporated Dolly into ChatGPT for the paid version, and it is friggin' cool. So somebody hit me with a prompt. We'll pop it into ChatGPT and see what we get. It's really good at generating stuff and images in ChatGPT. So hit me with a prompt. What do you want to see? Dolly, Dall dash E here. So see right here, Dolly. It's the image generation software. I'm only free chat. Yeah, and I know many folks are, and there's nothing wrong with free chat GPT. I just thought this is cool, and I wanted to show you guys. A wolf programmer. Okay, what's some more? Give me some more details. Let's flesh it out. So, all right. A let's say this: a gray wolf sitting at a desk in a cubicle working on the computer. God, Lily, you kill me. You kill me. Sitting at a desk in a cubicle working on the computer. Um, it is a mostly empty office in the early evening. There are coffee cups and papers on the desk. We'll say that. Oh no, I'm about to spend money. um, oh, okay. Um, there are kittens roaming around the Let's see. Around the cubicle. We'll stick with this much for now. Sometimes when things get too complicated, it kind of craps out a little bit, but we'll see what we get from this. I'm really curious. All right, that looks pretty good. Kitten junior programmers. So what it does is it gives you four options. It generates four text prompts based on your original prompt, and then it generates images based on that. See what we get. It does take a minute. Here we go. Ah, look at that! Oh my gosh, I love it so much. Oh, oh, holy crap, that's so good. All right, let's make it. Let's look at them. All right, here's the first one. Oh, there's the first one. That one's so good. OMG, right? All right, so that one's like realistic. Oh, I love. Oh, look at this one. It's so cute. Look at this one. Oh, isn't it perfect? RDT says, "How do you like it compared to Stable Diffusion?" It's 250% better. Dolly is so much better than Stable Diffusion. Or, well, I should say, Stable Diffusion, the local version that I have installed on my computer, like locally, this is so much better. And no worries, Unicorn. It was good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Desk is way too neat for a dev. Yeah. All right, let's look at this one. Oh, that one's good too. That should be your AFK screen. Yes. No, and the nice thing, Saif, is that you don't have to save them. They're saved in your GPT history. So you can download them by clicking the button here, um, or you can just save them in your GPT history. So let's look at the left. Oh, that one's wild. Ah, that's like photorealistic. It's nuts. What is he typing? Yeah, that's a little off. Uh, that's awesome. Dead birds on the floor. Yeah, I don't know what those are. That's a little AI little AI fluff there. Yeah, I don't think they're anything. I think they're balls of nonsense. Number two, yeah, I agree. I like this one the best. It's so cute and it's well rendered too. I like the expression on the wolf's face and the little tired. And the kittens are sleepy too. I mean, it's nighttime. The kittens are sleepy. Frankly says, how much is this per month? It's currently 20 US dollars per month, which is fairly pricey. Um, Definitely not a not a easy purchase for everybody. So the free version of ChatGPT can do a lot, certainly. But yes, this is a paid only version, paid only thing. It's freelancing on Upwork, yeah. And there's other plugins and stuff that you can enable on the paid version as well. Things to like you can upload files um, and have have GPT analyze files for you, and then do additional prompts based on those files. You can have plugins to help you do mathematical calculations, to execute code, all those sorts of things. To even search, like to search, I don't know, specific databases and that kind of thing. Looks like there's an actual IDE on the wolf screen. Oh, really? Oh, it looks like it's actually formatted like kind of like PowerPoint. I think it's like PowerPoint. Yeah. All right, we can do one more prompt, and then we'll wrap it up. What do y'all want to see? What's the next one? It is a little bit addictive. Yeah, I'll tell you that. While you're thinking about that, I'm going to check something in the other window over here. Feel free to give me another prompt. Okay, yeah, we're good. I was just double checking something for my work, but yeah, we're cool. Ooh, crab fight. Mozart playing guitar in a heavy metal band. Hey, Five Shot, how's it going? Good to have you here. We just finished building a full stack WebSocket chat app. So we're blowing off some steam here with some Chat GPT image generation. All right, let's do this. We'll do. I like Mozart playing guitar in a heavy metal band instead of a crowd fight. Uh, to an uh, to an audience of excited crabs. I'm combining two of your suggestions together. Mozart playing guitar in a heavy metal band to an audience of excited crabs. Oh, fighting a crab. All right, we'll do this much. Frankly says artists are waking up and protesting as they get no royalties for parts of their work being used. Absolutely, 100%. That's a very valid um, concern from artists and from writers as well for the language models. Also, I don't know what the answer is, but I think it is important that we, yeah, that we acknowledge that that is a problem and it something should be done about it. I don't know what the answer is though. Stormtrooper. Oh, dope! Look at that. Check it. I like the expression on his face. So this one's more like a kind of a cartoon. This one's a pencil. I don't know. Look at that guy's face. I don't know what's going on there. I see one lobster. Uh, oh wow! It even says Mozart. You remember when image generation models couldn't do text? Well, they can now. Ooh, this one's like realistic. I like that. So that one's pretty similar to the first one, I think. Let me see. Oh, slightly more realistic. They're coming for him. There you go. Oh, oh, that looks so good. I dig it. Looks like there's a giraffe in the background there. Frankly says, I would do this all day. Way too much fun for creative humorists. Yeah, absolutely. It is fun. Too close to the jewels. Safe says, we should sue Elon Musk. Yeah, I think just on principle. Absolutely. Crab rave. Crab people. Crab people. Yeah, that was a good one. I like that prompt. But yeah, it's fun. I've yeah, and I guess I've never used like this image generation stuff for anything other than like fun. Um, and so I don't feel like I'm really benefiting off of artists' work or anything like that. But yeah, I think if you ever use these types of generated images for anything to like bring profit, then I think that's another consideration: is who do you actually owe for that for that image. Yes. So Scream says, can it add to the image it has created? Yes, it can. You can tell it to make modifications to what you just did. So what it just generated, you can say, all right, now give me, a different color scheme, or make it into a pencil drawing, or a watercolor, an oil painting. So I could say something like, can you give me a colorized oil painting version of uh, image 3. So it takes the prompt and it adds those additional criteria to it. Dr. Moto says, is it good for logos? Yeah, pretty good. Yep. There we go. So it's not exactly the same, right? But it's an oil painting and it's colorized. And there's a drummer now. Renee says, how much does this cost? Yeah, it's 20. So it's included with ChatGPT Plus. So it's 20 US dollars per month. Um, and that includes, so you get the standard, ChatGPT with all the plugins and everything. And then you also get this new image generation feature. Tiny drummer. Yeah, they're way in the back. Yeah, pretty dope. All right. But yeah, I just wanted to show you guys that. I think it's so fun. So I'm going to be, so right now I have a channel point reward for Stable Diffusion, but I'm going to change it to this, to ChatGPT. So if you ever want, I'm happy to generate you, a logo or generate like I did book covers for somebody one time. They wanted they redeemed some channel points because their wife needed book covers for their fantasy book, and so I used Stable Diffusion. I generated them a bunch of book covers, and so I'm going to change my channel point reward to be using this instead of Stable Diffusion because this gives better results. So if you ever want to redeem some channel points for a very specific prompt, as long as it's appropriate, then you can redeem them, and I'll generate you whatever you need. I need more money. Renate says, can it do animations? Not that I'm aware of, like actual moving images. Not that I'm aware of. There's other tools for that that are specifically focused on animation, um, or that can do things like take a bunch of AI generated images and fuse them together into a moving image. But as far as I'm aware, Dolly, like this version of Dolly, doesn't do that. Or stable, and yeah, and I'm not saying Stable Diffusion is bad by any means, but the locally installed version that I have on my machine with my graphics card can't live up to this cloud hosted behemoth of Dolly. So my GTX 3070 just can't keep up with the computing power of GPT servers. All right. Well, we've had some fun today. I appreciate y'all for sticking with me. So I wanted to give you a little treat with that there, and I'll be changing the channel port reward to reflect that. Um, but let's go ahead and think about who we might want to raid. RDT says, Mind Wolf, there's a company you can send photos and instructions to make your own board game. Oh, that's fun. My brother used Stable Diffusion to make a game for his kids. Oh, that's so nice. I love that. Frankly says, can you ask Dolly to give you the reference that was used for the generation? Don't know. Um, we can ask it. Tell me what sources were used to generate this image. Yeah, it's that's what I expected. It's just going to say, well, it doesn't use anything specific. It creates an amalgamation of lots of data and synthesizes from training data. So doubt, yeah. All right. Oh, the last thing I wanted to mention too is just you might wonder, okay, like why is this called Dolly? Um, it's called Dolly because there's a famous artist called Salvador Dali. He did the painting of the melting clocks. If you've ever heard of that, Salvador Dali was a very famous painter, spelled Dali. Um, this obviously is an image generator of generates images. But the other half of that is the Pixar movie Wall-E, so spelled WALL-E, about the little robot Wall-E. And so it's a combination of the famous painter and the little robot, denoting an artificial painter, artificial intelligence painter. So that's why it's called Dolly. He had a pet ocelot. He did, yeah. Just saw that one at MoMA. Yeah. I was just in Chicago recently, and I went to the Chicago Institute of Art, and I saw like Van Gogh's self portrait and like the American Gothic with the old man, the old lady standing in front of the farmhouse. That was nuts. One of the fathers of surrealism. Yeah, and that's probably one of the other reasons they named it after him, because the original images that older versions of Dali generated were very surreal, almost abstract. Dr. Moto said, "Did you stand in front of that park painting like Cameron from Ferris Bueller?" I did. Yeah, I stood right in front of it. It was insane. Yeah, the evening at the Jetée, I think. Yeah. Jetty? No, sorry. I don't remember what it's called exactly. But the big painting with all the people, the pointillism painting. All right, folks. Well, I know this was a long one, but and I appreciate you for sticking with me. Um, let's go ahead and find someone to raid and spread some love, shall we? Any last questions while we look for a raid target? Oh, I'm sorry, Saif. Yes, I said I would get the. Yes, one moment. I can get that for you right now. Yeah. Here is the link. It's from O'Reilly Publishers, so very good publisher. They publish a lot of well-respected coding books. It's called Designing Data Intensive Applications, and it talks in general terms about how to make your data intensive applications as good as they can be. So there's a link directly to O'Reilly. Um, you might even be able to find like a PDF of it online. Honestly, I yeah. Otherwise, you can get it on Amazon for fairly cheap. Especially the Kindle version, I think, is pretty cheap. Um, yeah, no worries. Check it out. I found it really illuminating as a backend developer. Uh, so hopefully you do as well. Yeah. I'm not advocating for anything in particular, but you can find most things online if you really look for them. All right, let's look and see who's online, who we might be able to raid today. Kind of slim pickings. Let's see. I'm only seeing Team Vash and Eduardo, but again, Eduardo only does foreign language streams on the weekend, so it wouldn't be much use to a lot of you folks. Um, Anybody have any recommendations? Anybody they would like to raid? Preferably in the software and game dev space, if you would. No worries, Saif. It was great to have you here. Thank you for coming. Hope to see you again. Dali was asked, "What is beauty?" He answered, "Harmony." Oh, that's nice. I like that. Andres, thanks for coming. Good to see you here. Hope to see you again. Happy Monday. No worries, Copper Lily. Yeah, any recommendations on a raid person? Otherwise, I might have to just head over to the software and game dev section on Twitch and just see who's online. Oh, okay. Icon 33. Let's see what they're up for. Can't wait for next stream. Aw. Copper Lily says, "I'm going to raid my kitchen." Yeah, me too, honestly. I am really hungry. I've been streaming for 6 hours and I'm famished. Icon 33. Oh, all right. Let's hit them up. I love sending some traffic towards smaller streamers. Let's send them some love. If they are coding, if they are in the zone, let's go and send them some love. All right, I'm starting the raid now. All right, I will see you all back here again next weekend. Again, thank you so much for joining me, and until next time, may Mozart play for crabs in your dreams. Whatever, I don't know. All right, I'll see you next Sunday. Bye.